Robert from Poland is watching. He's the only one talkative, anyways, to me.
It worked.
Oh, I heard a bleep.
It worked. I'm so happy. Oh my goodness, that's exciting. All right, I'm gonna play the music.
Welcome to the Zoom Test Kitchen where the magic happens live. Every Friday we're on air, testing tech to thrive. From screen share to breakout rooms, we push Zoom to its max. So sit back, relax, and let's see what's in our tech hacks. Zooming in, we're testing it all. Live on YouTube each week. From audio to video, no feature we won't tweak. We're the Zoom Test Kitchen crew, here to innovate. Join the fun, learn the tech, don't be late. We'll dive into the settings, explore every single tab. Make sure your mic is clear, your camera not a drab. We'll show you how to host like a pro, manage like a king. With Zoom Test Kitchen, you'll be zooming with a zing. Zooming in, we're testing it all. Live on YouTube each week. From audio to video, no feature we won't tweak. We're the Zoom Test Kitchen crew, here to innovate. Join the fun, learn the tech, don't be late. Whether you're new to Zoom or an expert in disguise, we've got tips and tricks. We'll open up your eyes. From polls to quizzes, we test functionalities. Join us live, see what Zoom does with ease. So if your meetings lag, or you can't share your screen, or if your audio echoes like you're stuck in between, we've got solutions, we'll show you how it's done. Zoom Test Kitchen, where Zoom fun has begun. Zooming in, we're testing it all. Live on YouTube each week. From audio to video, no feature we won't tweak. We're the Zoom Test Kitchen crew, here to innovate. Join the fun, learn the tech, don't be late. So tune in, don't miss out on this tech fest we lead. Every Friday, Zoom Test Kitchen, where you'll succeed. We'll make your Zoom meeting smooth, keep the tech in check. In the Zoom Test Kitchen, we've got your back, no wreck. So tune in, don't miss out on this tech fest we lead. Every Friday, Zoom Test Kitchen, where you'll succeed. We'll make your Zoom meeting smooth, keep the tech in check. In the Zoom Test Kitchen, we've got your back, no wreck. These lyrics capture the essence of what the Zoom Test Kitchen does, focusing on testing and teaching about Zoom functionalities in a fun, engaging way. Zooming in, we're testing it all. Live on YouTube each week. From audio to video, no feature we won't tweak. We're the Zoom Test Kitchen crew, here to innovate. Join the fun, learn the tech, don't be late. We've got your back, no wreck. We've got your back, no wreck. These lyrics capture the essence of what the Zoom Test Kitchen does, focusing on testing and teaching about Zoom functionalities in the fun, engaging way.
Wow, I can't help but sing along. I can't help but sing along. Yes, I'm turning off original sound. It just takes me a minute. I have to click on the thing and then scroll down and then click on the other thing instead of just having a. Hey, Mike.
Hello.
How you doing?
Doing all right. How's David this week?
David, you know what? David's good.
Is he?
He is. Yeah.
No, you're not convincing me yet. You got to convince everybody.
It's a little weird that we're talking about me in third person, but other than that, he's great. Ray Harwood, how are you, sir?
I'm doing reasonably well. How's everything?
See, that's an honest answer right there.
And he's
reasonably well.
And he's loud.
That's an honest answer. By the way, Hasmuck, I love that what is it? MediLearn? The learn in Medi. I love the way that looks, how he built that logo. It's turned off now, but I love it. John Drinkwater. How you doing?
I'm doing good because I've got this little Stream Deck thing here, which allows me to turn on and off my microphone and another feature which you do. But the problem is, it was too far away from me. I couldn't reach it. So I thought if I got this box, I could then stand it on the buttons and it would fit and it'd be easier to reach.
Oh my God, that's fantastic. You got it.
Mine arrives
Well-
tomorrow, John. So
Oh, you're
I-
both such idiots. I can't believe you did that.
I booked it. I booked the order on Wednesday. It was delivered on Thursday, and we are now Friday.
Wow.
yeah.
But it
Wow.
makes sense for me. It makes sense for me because
It doesn't make sense at
it
all.
does. I have to have one of those, and I have to have one of those on my desk. Does it not make sense to just
No,
put it
you're
into
right.
one
If
box?
you have,
Yeah.
if you're right, if you have one XL and one Plus, then that makes sense. If you're using more than two XLs than that, then to me that one makes no sense at all.
I'm sure we'll talk about this more later on.
Yeah,
But
I
just
love that
one
you got it.
thing-
Wait, have you unboxed it or is it still in the box?
Yeah. I unboxed it on our show about an hour ago. So yes,
That's
I have unboxed
fantastic.
it. But the only thing that annoys me, Elgato, own goal here, they brought out these new great audio devices as well. They've upgraded their audio devices.
Yeah.
But their audio device, you know, the one that hides behind a Stream Deck,
Not
Doesn't
with that
fit.
one. It doesn't.
Doesn't fit.
doesn't work in this because
Nope.
it's got the
Oh,
plugs
that's
in the
not
wrong
cool.
place. know.
It draws too much power.
So
Yeah.
disappointing.
Yeah.
That's too sad.
Yeah. Yeah. I was really interested in, oh my God, here we go. Oh Lord. Wait, I can't even talk. I have to just look.
But the problem
Are
is
the buttons smaller?
no,
then,
they're the same buttons. I can't tell
the-
if they're scissor or the old style. I need to fly in a hazmat maybe to tell me what they are, because I can't tell from the feel whether they're the tactile ones or the switch thingy ones, the new ones. I can't tell.
And it's huge, right? I mean, it's ridiculous, right?
I mean, it's so cool.
You heard Tamara, David.
Because I
Every
do
hand-
use the 4, the little plus, and my plus it doesn't have the audio interface. It has the other one, the
Network.
network one. But I was thinking, well, I've got to get another one and I'll make that an audio one. And then this comes out and it's like, but all the buttons.
I'll tell you when I would use this. I would buy this in a heartbeat or the Plus. And Andy, you could help me with this. Right now in Ecamm, all of the Zoom audio comes in muxed as one mix. If I could get each individual audio and assign it to one of those knobs, then I would buy one in a heartbeat. But because I can't do that right now, I have no need for all these knobs.
So
And I
you
got
don't
the
even
Rodecaster
have
next
a
to me.
plus?
No.
Oh,
Oh,
I'm so
I've-
sorry.
No, the big ones. Wait, what's the big one?
No, the
No,
plus
yeah, right,
is
right,
the
right.
one
No,
with the little knobs.
No, I don't have that because the Plus to me is absurd. I mean, you get fewer buttons, you get fewer knobs. I mean, that just doesn't make any
Here's
sense to me
the thing.
whatsoever.
It's not absurd because it is awesome. Like I use it to edit with. I use it to do like
That is not an argument.
No.
It's not absurd because it's
If
awesome.
it's useful, if it's
No,
useful.
it's totally usable. Like, but here's the thing. This is why that new one, and now I hate the price point of the new one because I'm in the
Yeah.
middle of buying a computer. So it's definitely on my wait till fall list. But like the truth is I got the plus and I'm like, okay, this is great. I'll use it. And I got the little thing in the back to make it an extra ports, which I think is fantastic. And I find that I use it actually more than I use some of my other stuff because at the end of the day, I'm like this control for my editing and stuff. It's great because I don't have a big
What-
editor little thingy
what do you put? What do you assign to the knobs? What do you?
So
use the
I
knobs for?
assign volume. I assign my lights. I assign different. There's different things that like different programs that I do different things with it. So
So
I also thought it was stupid, David. I'm telling you, I was right there with you. But then when they added the extra ports, I'm like, well, I might as well since it's packaged, I'll get that. And I got it on one of the, at a sale at some point, probably in, the fall of the year. And I find I reach for it all the time, especially if I'm got right now, it has all the Zoom things on it. So it's like Zoom and then I have audio stuff. But it can do like my prompter display stuff. I mean, it could do like a lot of little things. I was surprised. I was surprised that I would like it. So when I saw the
scroll up and down on your prompter display with the knob.
yeah, there's like lots of different things you can do with it. So I'm just saying it is
okay.
it's cooler than I thought it was going to be, and I hate that I have to say that it's cooler than I thought it was going to be. So when I saw the bigger one, I was like, "Are you kidding? Extra Stream Deck buttons?" Because I'm always like 4 buttons short. So I'm like, 4 more buttons is a big deal.
Remember, are you using companion or the?
No, I use both. So I have two 32s, one of the plus, 115, and then the pedal, which I don't use as much.
I can I tell you something? I have the pedal I'm looking at right now. I can't remember the last time I touched it.
I don't use it either.
Crap.
But again, like
I use it to hang
awful.
up and mute and unmute for Zoom calls.
Oh, do you really?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
there is nothing more cool in my mind than standing on the stage, presenting to people, and then suddenly something happens. An image slides in or something else because you can use the foot button or your next slide changes. There is nothing more magical than that. And that's where I use it. And I use the little one for the same sort of thing. So I'll hide this somewhere so you can't see it.
Yeah.
And then I will just hit a button that you don't even know that I hit a button.
But it's not that
when it looks cool.
It's not that I disagree with you. It's that I have found the pedal to be super unreliable. So I have one of these stupid cheap, Dragonfly page flip Firefly things that I use, and it works every time. And it actually, wait, listen, you hear that? It's broken and it works every time. And the Elgato pedal, sometimes it connects, sometimes it doesn't.
Listen,
whatever.
The Elgato pedal and I could be friends. I'm pretty sure of it. But right now, I'm sitting on a stool with a stand-up desk, and so I do not have like placement at this desk for it. At my writing desk, that one I do have placement for it. But I own it because, again, I got it probably on like deep discount. I was like, of course I need this. I am like Elgato's prime customer. If they come out with something, I will probably buy it and I will learn how to use it like years later.
By the way, on why am I out of frame? Why am I like cockeyed? Is that a Zoom thing or is that a me thing? Wait, let me just see. Oh no, I'm not. That's a Zoom thing.
Your mum said that's the way you always were.
Oh, is that what it is? Yeah, it's interesting. It framed me out. In any case, on March 17th, is that the day I believe? The Tuesday night special. That's not right. Sorry.
Attention, Kmart shoppers.
I'm pretty sure we don't that feels third rail to me.
The office hours special on that Tuesday is going to be all about Stream Decks. So so that's going to be a good one. Tuesday the 17th will be if you want more information, go to officehours.global.
This Stream Deck of all the equipment I have bought, the Stream Deck is my very favorite thing. Now, it was the first thing that I bought, and as soon as I saw what it was, I'm like, every layperson needs this. Like, we use it for very specific nerdy purposes, but this is like the coolest item that any human could open email, click a button. Amazing.
I have way too many. People always make fun of me that I have them. I have them in backpacks. I have them.
I have them in a backpack. Really? I have a travel one. Yeah. No.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Right there with you, Andy.
Andy, do you use them? Do you use them in production at the church also?
Yes, we do.
You do. So, the reason I'm asking is because we were just talking about this a little bit last night, and one of the questions was, are Stream Decks used in real production? And my experience is that they are.
Mm-hmm.
Even though they're kind of a prosumer or consumer product.
I use them with Companion in that instance, but yeah.
Right.
David, I can actually give you a real currently happening as we speak on tour large band that currently has Stream Decks at their front of house.
Really?
Sticks.
They're using Stream Decks?
Yes.
For what?
The audio person will actually punch in, what song are we doing next? Boom. Moves
that
all his
triggers a
audio
whole bunch of-
faders.
yeah.
I throw all
Wow.
my cues onto it. It's so great because you can do it. I said this last night on the show. You can do it in action. Like I'm in the middle of something and I'm like, oh, this came up, no problem. Let me just add that to a button.
Yeah.
Unbelievable, like huge production things where my stage manager's doing one thing and I'm like, don't worry, I'm just going to re-update all of these buttons, and you can do it, which is, again, you have to be a crazy person like me to want to do anything that quickly, but the fact that I can is like amazing.
So when I TD'd the Tuesday special last week, and in the middle of the show, on comms, they asked me, I had each person's name below them, the lower third. And they asked me, could I remove that so that we could reuse some of the stuff for shorts? So I really quickly jumped into Stream Deck and I, pulled over, because I do this all in Ecamm. So I pulled over a show hide overlay, popped it in there, and then clicked on the overlay that I want to remove. Beautiful. I removed the name. I very quickly realized that, oh, wait, there's also a little gradient that I have underneath the name. So then, again, like that, I went up, I found multi-action, dragged that over what I just built, and then went in, threw in two, where is it? Oh, that's for Zoom, sorry. Threw in two show hide overlays, assigned one to the name, one to the what do you call it? To the gradient. Boom, done. And now I had a button where I could just immediately remove or put those back in. And that ease of use, being able to do that on the fly is really,
it's crazy.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
It really is.
So yeah, I will be getting that at some point. I'm not going to get it this week, and I'm so jealous of those of you who did, but I'm not, because I'm probably going to get one of those Mac things.
So I shouldn't mention my silver knobs then.
I want the
What
blue
silver
ones.
knobs? Wait, what?
But you get Elgato lets you buy. Has your choice of colored knobs.
You've got to be kidding me! You bought silver knobs, John?
I bought silver knobs, but they gave them to me for free. But the funniest thing is that these silver knobs have existed before at $35, I think it is.
Yeah.
Wow.
But they manufacture them in boxes of 4 because that's what you need for the original
Because that's
product.
what was on the Plus. Yeah.
So they had to send me 2 packets of 4. So I got 8 knobs for 6.
Interesting. That's funny.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, here they are. Look at this.
Yep.
But how do I do this? There we go.
Look at how cute that is. Oh.
Here's the color dials. You've got gold, silver, blue,
Get the blue,
pink, purple, red. Holy mackerel! Cosmic.
I mean,
wait, I didn't mean to add these to my cart. Hold on.
Just go ahead. Just go ahead and hit
you
purchase.
did. You did.
I just clicked.
He's
What'd
like,
you say?
I don't even have the knob machine, but I want the colored knobs.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. It's so pretty.
Yeah, 36.6. Here's the other thing about it for me is, and then we really should talk about Zoom, is this would mean at least a week of rebuilding all of my Stream Deck stuff, because now I have 6 across, and I'm sorry, now I have, what is it, 7 or 8 across?
8 across.
It's one extra row of
across.
4. You can go ahead and bring in your 32 and just
One
add
extra
4 more buttons.
One extra.
Oh, it's
column.
right. Sorry,
It's
the
one
same
extra
number
column.
across. Okay.
Yeah, you're
1, 2,
good.
3. No, wait a second. Wait, I'm
It's
confused.
9
It's-
across.
No, it's 9 across.
Right.
Right.
It's one extra little column. You can do it.
What?
We
I
have
know
faith,
you, David.
David.
It's 4 buttons, David. I actually do find that, so this little guy, the little one, I keep moving from computer to computer because I'll go, oh, I need it for this. So I either need another little one or like the big one, and then I could put the other
Use
one.
your phone. Use the mobile.
Oh, David.
Why
It's not the
no,
same.
Andy?
It's not the same.
Because
No, of
I
course it's not the same.
love
I
the
know that, but-
the
Yeah, tactile.
clicky. Oh,
Mhm.
Yeah.
oh, even when it doesn't work, I'm fine.
Yeah.
I do have 4 buttons that don't work, which is really disturbing. I am sad about that.
I'm
I've pushed them too
surprised
many
at
times.
the fact that
Time for a new one.
Elgato hasn't made different stands for them. I mean, I know you can buy, I have them. If you can, people on Etsy make them all the time, but I'm surprised that Elgato hasn't gotten into that bit. That seems to me like that would be a good business.
The newer ones I really like. I like the solidness of the
No,
newer
but I
ones.
mean, like if you want to mount two together or
Oh,
two
yeah.
plus, like I have a 3XL mount, and then I've got I don't even know what this bottom one is, like a 1XL and 115 mount or something. They're all, Etsy stuff that people 3D printed, but they're great. And I'm surprised Elgato
Yeah.
hasn't gotten into the business.
It's how many SKUs do you want to keep track of as a business?
That's true. Yeah. Hey Tamara, real quick, you said you're getting a computer. What are you getting?
I'm gonna get a M5 Mac Air, but I'm getting my mom the
nice.
Neo.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, because that's perfect for her. She needs a new computer, and like that is the most perfect.
Yeah.
She did not need any more than that, and it's cute, and so yeah.
What color?
Yeah.
I think she's like, I don't know, silver's fine with me. I'm like, do you want to look at the other colors because they're kind of pretty? She does not want the like limey color. No citrus for her. And I'm torn between the dark blue and the light blue.
Breaking news.
Oh, good.
From Frank Henney, who's a regular with us, who just posted this in Discord under Zoom new features. There's nothing to show here, so forgive me for just reading it. He says, this is from Zoom, obviously. We're introducing a simplified Zoom web experience for your organization beginning on April 2nd.
Yeah.
This update, is designed to create a more consistent, intuitive interface across Zoom while making it easier for users to navigate and discover the tools they use most. The toggle between the new and existing experience will be available for 90 days. After this transition period, the new web experience will become the default for all users, and the toggle along with related admin controls will be removed. A new universal header with a product menu that groups Zoom products together and removes the busy left side navigation, creating a cleaner and more intuitive way to move between tools. Simplified navigation for managing Zoom with clearer separation between personal profile settings and admin controls. That's welcome. Plus improved organization to help admins find what they need faster. An updated web portal design aligned with the Zoom desktop client, creating greater consistency and familiarity across experiences. Core Zoom functionality is not changing as part of this update. This is interesting. Stephen is okay to come in. I know Stephen. When I first read this 2 seconds ago, I was thinking about the web experience as when it comes to joining a meeting over the web. But this sounds to me like what they're talking about is Zoom.you, the settings page and all that other stuff.
Yeah.
Which I think is really great news. Let me sign in. So here we go. So I think this is what they're talking about right now. So if I go to, well, let me go actually, wait, where is,
well, they
is
haven't
that just in
implemented
settings?
They haven't implemented.
No, I know they haven't done it yet, of course. So I guess I have a feeling this is sort of what they're talking about. This mess up here when they say
I don't love that. I hope they clean that up.
I think they're redoing everything.
I hope so.
Yeah, you mean the whole web experience?
Well, from my read, it was we've redone it. We've redone the Zoom community. They've redone a couple of other things, and I think they're just making a global update.
What would clean that up is literally just a graphic that shows what each of those are tabs, because right now they're just words. And so you don't know that they're clickable. They just look like a bunch of words.
It's also redundant. You've got everything up here and then everything right here.
Yeah.
And I'm happy about the personal settings or user settings versus admin settings. The truth of the matter is that I think almost no one probably goes here on a regular basis, except for weird people like us and admins, right? And admins. I mean, but normal users, I don't think they ever think to go visit the settings page, but it's nonetheless, it's welcome.
It's a lot of text. So hopefully they'll kind of add a little graphic interface to it.
I also think that there perhaps, actually, I wonder, could this be in response to not a lot of users using the client or the app as they like to call it? I guess what I'm wondering is, why are they putting energy into the web interface if they kind of want to keep everyone in the app, could it be that they're responding to the fact that not a lot of people are using the app, that they're going to the web?
I mean, I think a lot
Sorry.
of people don't use the app.
Ray, go ahead. I'm sorry.
My view is that there's still a whole lot of stuff that you can't do just in the workplace app. You don't have full control of all of the back end settings, and all that sort of stuff. And so I think, maybe there's been a little rumble underneath of, oh gosh, I remember when the pandemic first hit and there were 4 menu items across the top and maybe 6 menu items across the side. And right now, the webinars plus and the events buttons to me are totally irrelevant and unusable, because they take you to a web page
right
in the middle that takes you to somewhere else. You can't really just go from one to the other. So I hope the two
Multiple
of those things just go away, or
Right.
have a button that will open up the big piece. But I think it's because they can't,
Ray, where
everything.
is that? Where is that in the interface here? That experience, that Zoom events experience that you're talking about?
Yeah, on the left hand menu, where you got profile, AI companion, meetings, webinars plus.
Oh,
If you
here,
click on
right?
webinars
Gotcha.
plus, click on webinars plus, and it takes you to a page
Right.
that basically says, oh, do you want to use webinars plus? I've got a subscription, Zoom. You don't need to sell me here.
That's it. That's true.
Take
I
me
have one
directly
also.
to webinars
Yeah.
plus.
Yeah.
That
And
has
same
been
thing
my
for the events
biggest
underneath that.
complaint, is that they just don't seem to have an
Oh.
apparatus in place that says, if I'm already subscribed, do not advertise to me the same tools that I'm already subscribed to.
Yeah.
Like, it feels like that's a checkbox somewhere. That's an if then statement.
That's I mean,
I do.
that's the classic. Why is Amazon? I just bought this on Amazon. Why is it still showing it to me?
Right.
Type of problem. Like, we should be smarter than that now.
I think you're right, though, David, that people don't use the client, or they don't even know if they use the client. Because I'll have a bunch of people, I'm like, hey, how are you logging in? They're like, I don't know. I followed the link. And it may have opened the client, and they may be in the client, or it may not have. So I think there's a lot of people who have no idea how they log on to Zoom to this very day, 6 years into the pandemic.
People don't know anymore. This is the Googleification. People do not know. I'll use my wife. My wife's a smart person. She's a teacher. She's whatever, but she's not technologically.
Say nice things about her, David. She might be listening.
She's definitely not listening. But yes, I love my wife. She does not know anymore how to get to a website directly using a URL, right? So if I say to her, just go to zoomtestkitchen.com, she will, in Google, in the what's the omnibar, she'll type in Zoom Test Kitchen with spaces. It'll search, and then of course probably the first result is, and then she clicks on that. People don't even know how to navigate to URLs anymore, because we've all used Google. So I think Tamara, you're absolutely right that 99, maybe that's too high, but a whole bunch of percentage of folks don't even know if they're using the app or if they're doing it on the browser. And Zoom, to their credit, I think has done a pretty good job of muddying that water. I don't think it's obvious necessarily.
Yeah, to throw in on that, David, I'll say this: we're on both. Like, when I open the app, I still get a dang web page that says post attendee Zoom. So I'm thinking, wait, okay, can I close that window? Okay, yes. So why did that even open up if I opened up the app? No reason. I didn't tell it to open up the browser. So I think it's unclear. But look, funny thing is, right? Their user experience is not something that they put a lot of energy to. And they Frankenstein their system because, COVID kicked their butts into full gear. And if you were starting from scratch today, it would look totally different. I mean, they have to I think we all know, right? They have to totally overhaul the interface. The fact that so many people can actually figure out how to attend a Zoom meeting, I think is like, as long as they can click a button and get into your Zoom meeting, they're happy. But yeah,
What
I'm
about
totally
what,
with you.
Stephen? What about the interface? Because they just did a huge redesign of the interface. So what is it about the interface specifically that that you think needs updating?
Well, I just think there's too many. Well, it depends on what you have turned on. So I have a lot of things that are turned on for my attendees. So they can go into Q&A, they can go into breakouts, they can okay, I don't let them record, but for example, not everything is intuitive to a user. From the point, it's like I take for granted that at best I'm a advanced intermediate user, right? That's like how I think of myself. And but a true beginner is like, I know that every time I do a workshop, I'm taking the first 5 minutes and actually saying, okay, everybody find this button, find that button. And they're like, I can't find my button. Where's the Q&A? Where's the this? And I take it for granted, but like, you know how the more circle adds and subtracts stuff, like depending on where you, it's like, so all of that kind of stuff. It's not, I'm just saying it's not a 2026 look and feel from creators of new apps today that are a little bit graphically simple. And what was said before about like having text links is, what year was that was created? I seem to think in the 80s or 90s, the hot text or the hot link text across that.
So can I take this question? I'd like to put it to John and to Ray, but I'd like to, if it's okay, I apologize for putting you on the spot, but I'd like to ask you to answer it in different ways. John, I'm curious what you think about the UI for a developer's perspective. And Ray, I'm curious what you think about it because you interact with so many users from the user side. John, as a developer, what's your sense about the UI that Zoom presents us?
Okay, put up your hand if I go so deep in the weeds that you wonder what I'm talking about. I have a philosophy this year that actually you guys are lazy and the development community is lazy because there are so many APIs and controls and software that you can take control of within Zoom that there's no reason why any of you should be in the workplace app if you don't want to. I can make a browser version of Zoom and I can choose which buttons I want and which buttons I don't want. I can add buttons to do things that Zoom hasn't thought of. There is so much opportunity, but most of us are still dealing in the basic app, which, don't forget, is trying to deliver the same user interface to support people from a single person on their own who's got it for free, just have chats with Nan, to corporates with tens, even hundreds of thousands of users. And for them to do that is quite amazing. But the way they do all of this is Zoom is basically just a spreadsheet of options. And Zoom enable those spreadsheet of options depending on who the customer is. And if you wanted to, you can go into your Zoom back place. I'm trying not to be technical here. I'm trying to use normal words. So you can go into the back door of your Zoom.
Back place. Thank you for not being technical.
Yes. Well, I didn't want to say passage, did I? So you go into the back of your Zoom in the settings and you can turn off, you can disable all the stuff you don't want to make use of. But people have used this as a commodity, as a device. And they haven't had that opportunity to play around with it. They used it because COVID forced them. And a lot of them, actually, I totally agree with what Stephen said, because a lot of them are actually using less functionality today than they used 2 or 3 years ago. A lot of people have forgotten even how to get the blasted chat to work. And it's just a button called chat. But from the software perspective, which is what you want to make it worse, there's so much more available.
To make it worse, improvements cause bottlenecks. So as a simple example, you mentioned chat, right? Well, now we can have multiple chats going on that are much better organized. And how many times is somebody clicking an admin chat or a co-host chat, and then they forget that they're not back in the everyone chat. And so somebody has to remind them, oh, by the way, you're only sending me the message. And, oh, yeah, I didn't realize. Or they try to chat everybody and they've opened their bar super wide across the top. By adding more functionality, it's actually caused some of that, some of those bottlenecks for some of those entry level users.
Hey, John,
Yeah.
would you be willing to maybe take over one Friday and talk us through what it looks like for someone like me, a non-developer who uses, I'm pretty good at using the coding tools, the lovables of the world and stuff like that. Could you walk us through not the whole API, but like how we might do what you were suggesting?
Yeah, sure.
Or
Sure. I'm actually working with Zoom at the moment to do a whole set of productions of videos and webinars about this subject, because I think that people are dumbing down Zoom in their heads when there's so much more features there. I mean, we keep finding features all the time that we don't know.
Yeah.
Just a simple thing I have on my Mac. I don't have to come to this meeting. My Mac phones me when this meeting's about to start, and I just click on a button and it joins the meeting for me.
Right.
So I don't have to worry about being on time because Zoom has been told to call me. So I get like a phone call thing come up, and I just accept the call and it connects me to this meeting. So there are lots of little things, but again, the average user doesn't need them. But yeah, the whole future of Zoom would be if you just got rid of using the main workplace app and you just made your own customized version of Zoom to what you want to do. And that's something which I think is increasingly easy now.
I'd love to learn how to do that. Ray, what do you have a sense from the user perspective? And I didn't mean to suggest, John, by the way, that you don't talk to hundreds of users all the time. You do. But Ray, do you have a sense from the user perspective of how the UI could improve?
Well, I think we all know that change creates friction. And so that to me is the biggest bottleneck. And as I dropped in the chat a little earlier, the workplace app and meetings and webinars and everything has gotten more complex. I mean, we didn't have clips, we didn't have docs, we didn't have all of those things before. And then Zoom brought those in, kind of bolted them on. And then they went, wait a minute, we want these things to all work together. And your average, everyday, non-corporate enforced, we're going to use Zoom for everything. If you just use Zoom to go to meetings or go to class and that sort of thing, all of that stuff is totally immaterial to you. And as we've said many times on here, there ought to be a switch that just turns off. I want these things. I'm like thinking like a three-way switch. I want these things when I'm in simple mode, these things when I'm in developer mode, and these things when I'm in event production mode, and simplify things. That menu across the bottom, I know Zoom had to figure out a way to handle all of the various menu options, but to me, it's worse than what I have to deal with when I'm using Adobe products, which, have a slim bar of a few icons down here that you probably want, but then you fly that out and there's like 15 times as many icons that I don't have a clue what any of them mean. And they're all that large because now I have to get 3 pairs of glasses to figure out what I'm doing. So most of the people that I deal with in meetings are, older, semi-retired, nursing, healthcare providers and that sort of thing. And they just want to get together and have their meeting, and they want to have their discussions and that sort of thing. Oh, by the way, now we want to do share screen. And how come when I share screen, I don't get any sound? And those things are all technical items that all of us here understand. But the reality is, I'm going to go back to an analogy here that I use a lot. Just running a meeting is like getting in your Volkswagen bus and driving to the grocery store, getting some groceries and coming home. Making a really good webinar is like getting in an 18-wheeler and driving a load of lettuce from California to Arizona. And creating a multi-day, multi-session, multi-concurrent session Zoom events conference is like getting in a 747 and delivering goods to another state or another country. And a lot of people, they go out of their apartment and they walk on foot, or maybe they get on a motorbike. They don't even have a bicycle, and they don't have a car. And I think, what Zoom doesn't tell us is how many of the actual users are in that category, and they don't want and don't need any of the other bells and whistles. They just want to be able to attend their meeting.
When you were talking about screen share and audio, the first thing that popped into my mind is, again, not for perhaps power users like us, but for most people, when you share your screen and you have audio playing on your device, Zoom should be able to assume that you want that audio to be heard. And it should just make it
Maybe
heard.
not. I've heard people's audio that I didn't want to hear before.
No, I understand that. But what I'm saying is that, of course, there are mistakes. But what I'm saying is, if someone shares their screen and there's audio attached to that screen share, I just wonder why
I think
Zoom
I've
can't.
seen something like that before in a pop-up, where I'm not necessarily
Right.
putting out audio, and I get a thing that says, "Hey, would you like to do
It
your
says,
audio?"
"Hey, it looks like you're right." I would like it
Right.
to just know and turn on the things that I needed to turn on.
I
Or-
think that's a good example of fail safe.
Fair enough.
So it's better
Right.
for them not to share the sound because they don't know what else is happening on your computer. So I think
Fair
that's
enough.
an option of fail safe. But I totally agree with
But
you.
a reasonable
someone-
pop-up
someone types a
when
question-
it discovers a situation would be a good idea on
Right.
most anything.
Or someone types a question in chat. Couldn't Zoom AI companion say, "Oh, that looks like a question. Let me pop that over into the Q&A section." And then if Steven says, no, let's, he can always move the question back. I don't know. It's just there's a bunch of smarts out there that it feels sometimes like we're not taking advantage of. The power that Zoom has.
AI, as much as I probably shouldn't say this, but AI is really in its infancy, and at some point, I think we'll have something
Yeah.
in the background that will look at these things and go, "Hey, normally when somebody does this, they want to do that. Do you want to do this?" And then you can either click "Don't ever remind me again," or "Yes, remind
Right.
me every time," or just do this answer or this answer every time, and then it can learn and be that bit of a taskmaster in the background making those decisions for you.
Well, and even
will
like the
say-
questions, like what Claude gives you, which is like, it looks like you're going to share. Do you want to share audio
Right.
and sound? Like someone clicks on it, as opposed to trying to know that you have to click on that very,
Yeah.
very tiny box that just kind of says audio and sound, but doesn't really trigger the average user to know what that means.
Wait a second. Andy's trying to get a job. What you just do? There's a
Just sending you to the
job
careers.
of-
I'm
there's
just
a
saying, if
job
there's a job,
available.
if
No,
there's a job,
let's see,
it might
there
be
is.
one for you.
Okay.
You could suggest. Put your
Wait, so
suggestions
where are
in.
the
Maybe you could
jobs
develop
available?
something for them.
Yeah. Is there a job available? Let me
I don't
see.
know. I
I'm
didn't
looking.
look.
Oh.
There just might be a
Um,
job for you to put suggestions in.
that's
Wait.
right. That's my job. Just
I'm
make
looking for a
suggestions.
full-time job.
I will say that every time I start a meeting, without fail, every time, I get the AI companion thing at the top that says, "Hey, do you want to start AI companion?" with a little checkbox that says, "Don't remind me." And every time I click the checkbox, and every time it reminds me again. Every time. I have that experience in native Zoom. I have that experience in Zoom for Ecamm. I have that experience in Zoom OSC also. Right now, I'm looking at my Zoom OSC, and which I can't show you right now. I'm sorry, but it says the meeting is being transcribed at the top. There, actually, I can't show it to you. There is a here it is. This meeting is being transcribed at the top. There's a "Don't show this again." Okay, every single week. I click that,
Oh.
I click OK, and every week it comes up.
Sorry, I think it says "Don't show me again in this meeting."
Well, I'm sorry, but that's not clear to me at all.
That's what it means. You have to know that.
But that's the wonder of Zoom. You see, they bring out all these new features for great reasons, but they never bother to tell us why. So we have to learn for ourselves.
So all of these, don't remind me again, those are only in meeting? Really?
I believe that's what the software has done. Yes.
Well, I'm never going to click it again. I mean, what that's like, because I just ignore them. I don't even care about them in the meeting. I would like them to turn off forever. It makes sense now that you're explaining that. It makes sense that they would be just in meeting, but.
By the way,
And
David,
David,
I was going to just quickly mention that, friends of mine that are in the live event business and they pivoted at the beginning of COVID and they went into the Zoom world. They created a solution for people that have absolutely, they're totally brain dead, like no idea if any of this stuff works. And through them, and you pay a couple of grand a year for unlimited events, which includes all the Zoom rooms, but they will custom create the dashboards for the user experience. And that simplicity, and it no longer looks like a regular dashboard. It looks like a different dashboard, although what's behind it is Zoom and multiple Zoom rooms and all of that stuff. So they just have a turnkey thing, which makes a lot of sense if you're doing ongoing regular events. But for average everyday people, it's probably overkill. But it does create a consistent user environment with minimal stuff, and they can change. For example, they can put a button that says, chat with admin versus chat with somebody else. They just have control over that, however they're building it out. But I've done some events through it, and it works fantastic. It's just a shell on top of Zoom.
Right.
Is this Avio?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I use
Yeah.
it for everyday meetings. I literally have it as my everyday meeting.
Oh, okay. So Barry and Blue, though. So
Yeah.
basically, that's what they do, is just that shell, and
Can
it
I ask
simplifies that.
And
user
Grant wrote
interface.
it too. Grant Whitehead.
I have a question.
I don't know Grant, but I know of. Yeah.
We do. That's why I want to make sure
Okay.
he's mentioned.
Yeah.
Andy, I don't know if you can answer this question, but if you can, when Ecamm put Zoom into Ecamm for Zoom, could they have, I guess what I'm asking is, did they make a conscious decision to make it look like Zoom, or could they have, made it pink and yellow and purple or whatever?
I'm not 100% sure. John might be actually a better person to answer that. I mean, I believe that yes and no. I mean, I think that they can use, from what I've seen, the meeting SDK allows you to do like that, replicate the meeting exactly. But I also know that like Zoom, ISO, and whatever have their custom join buttons as opposed to things. So I think there's a little bit of both.
Right.
But John might be able to answer that better. I'm not a developer.
Yeah. I mean, but I'm just wondering, like, why didn't Ecamm choose to make it? It sounds like easier. The way Avio did. Like what? Like, yeah, it's probably easier. But could they have? And I think part of the reason why they wouldn't want to make it different is because everybody knows the Zoom interface. As messy as it may be, it's what we're all comfortable with. Or
plus, you could decide whether it's working or not. You want to, because it should mimic the behaviors.
There's two ways to do it, is the answer. And Zoom gives you the option for both. So
that's what I was kind of thinking.
You build your app effectively using the browser version of Zoom, but you can start from two different points. You can either start with absolutely nothing in it whatsoever, and you build in the bits you want, or you start with everything in it and you remove the stuff you don't want. And you can go in either direction. Obviously, if you start with nothing, it's more work, but you then have the ability to customize it to a much greater degree. And those people that want something simple will start with everything in it and then just knock out what they don't need. So that's your answer, really. That's how the two ways that they work. And a lot of the apps like Zoom, ISO, obviously they've just knocked out everything, and all you've got is the login screen, haven't you, really? And the rest of it's just disappeared into the back of the system.
Now you have me really curious, John, why more developers haven't grabbed this and built the, Zoom for Dummies and things like that.
as a Zoom community champion, I apologize for not being able to persuade everybody yet, but I'm working on it.
Yes.
Andy's going out and getting all the big production houses and getting to
Yeah.
connect with Zoom. I'm trying to get all the little app developers to connect with
It's just
Zoom.
interesting. It's interesting that people haven't done that.
If
jump
you
on
have a
that bandwagon.
healthcare app, there are healthcare apps out there where you can have meetings with your doctor and consultation virtually.
Yeah.
They're just
through Zoom.
they're just
and they use
they're
Zoom
just
as
a
their
Zoom.
backend. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
they don't have to pay all that money out for building servers and all the infrastructure you need for a video conferencing solution. They just customize the screen that has the meeting with the doctor, and all the
So
infrastructure is paid for
maybe
by
there's
Zoom.
more of that than I was aware of. Yeah.
Yeah.
Zoom,
you're
Zoom
right,
is hiding. Zoom is hiding quite a bit in a lot of different.
Right.
apps.
Hiding is the key. You're right. I don't, you don't even see it. You're right. Yeah. That's fascinating. Robert was in the chat. Hi, Robert.
Everybody's loving all the conversations today, so that's great. Keep it up, guys and gals.
Yeah. What did he say? In every meeting, this is to Stephen. In every meeting, you can define the closing URL, which by default goes to Zoom.
Yep. You can actually.
What does that mean? What is the closing URL?
What
Well,
pops
I mean,
up?
can I give an example? I just did one the other
Please.
night. Create a Google form to ask questions about what just happened in the meeting. And that link, as soon as the meeting ends, that appears in the user's web browser. You're on mute, David.
No, it opens up. So if I were to go in and schedule a meeting,
As technically the post attendee, like there's a place that you can put a custom URL. Is that what you're saying?
Yep. Right. Right. Keep going. I think you scroll past. Go down. Go scroll down.
yeah, hold on a second. Yeah, I know. Just wait a second. I'm just looking carefully. I'm not gonna record. No. Alternate hosts. No. Huh.
It's not there. That's one of these infamous problems. It's in your regular settings, not the schedule of the
But
meeting.
it's not per meeting.
No.
Well, that doesn't make any sense. How can I send everyone to the same?
It would be like for a company, like at the company when they end anything that's hosted by that company, you would end up with this post URL. It went to something on their website saying, "Hey, thanks for joining me in this meeting."
If you're running events, then you can do it per event, but in meetings you can only do it generically. You haven't got the agenda in your meetings, David. Is that because you're not worthy?
What do you mean I don't have the agenda?
Do you know you can add a text agenda to a meeting now?
Yeah. I think I saw that.
Because I had my first time yesterday night where the meeting agenda actually popped up when I joined the meeting.
I'm not sure that you can do it.
I've never seen that in action.
So here, I mean, this is this where that is? No.
No, it should be a box further up. Maybe it's only limited certain licenses.
Let me go in. What are you suggesting my license isn't worthy?
David, try not to go into PIM too, for that matter.
Yeah, I know. No, that's what I was just gonna do is not do a pin. Require some of this stuff also is only available. See, look at that. If registration, oh no, I take that back. Like what's available changes based on what you click.
Correct.
All right. So add whiteboard, add docs, AI, meeting summary. Maybe I don't have that. I don't know. I also don't see wonder where what would that be called at the end of the meeting?
It's usually
Uh,
known as the survey
Where it
because
says
that's the
surveys,
original use of it.
Yep, there it is.
Post-meeting survey.
Because it was surveys it was originally designed for, but then people started using their own surveys, and then they started using the link to go to somewhere else and not to a survey.
Here it
And you
is.
can do it per meeting. I just put the link in the chat.
Oh, you did. You can.
Oh, cool.
Oh, where's it?
You have
there?
to
Using
create the
post-meeting-
meeting first and then go into surveys for the meeting. And when you create a survey, you check the box that
Oh,
says, this
okay.
is what I want to pop up when I'm done.
Gotcha. Yeah. I wish that were in line with the create a meeting. But meeting, so scheduling meeting first, then, and you can't use your personal ID, personal meeting ID. All right, so let's do this real quick. So we're going to go over here, and I'm going to meetings, and I'm going to schedule a meeting, and we'll call this my survey test. Whoops. A test meeting. Okay. Generate automatically. Just for the heck of it, oh no, I won't actually. Okay. Waiting room, everything's on, fine, done. Okay. Beautiful. Now
Survey tab.
I go in, right. So I've got polls and quizzes, survey, live streaming, Q&A. If I go into survey, now I can add a survey or use a third party. So if I have
So
a
if you've
link
got Survey
here,
Monkey, you can put in a Survey Monkey
Yeah.
survey
or
here.
as we were saying before, I could put in anything really. Zoom, right? I could just
I use a Google form as an example.
no, but what I'm saying is it doesn't have to be a survey. Like I could, so now when
Go in the browser.
people
Yeah.
end the meeting, when the meeting ends, they're going to immediately be brought to my website.
Yep. Any URL you like.
Yep.
Oh, that's really good because I do workshops with a sale at the end where
Yep.
I bring them to a website that they can enroll. And when the meeting ends, I can have that sale page
Yep.
land back on the sale page.
It's
You
right-
need my
it's right
you
in
need
there,
my
yeah.
closing app for Zoom, which also allows you to join holy places as well. Trying to get David interested.
Holy places.
He has. He's giving you a sting guy of some sort.
I have no idea what you are talking about. Is this a like a British thing? A whole like
Oh, Johnny, get him off the hook. You're keeping him in suspense too long.
I totally agree with Stephen's comments. And one of the apps that I play with in my little world is a Zoom app into which I can then drop a link to a sales page, even actually include the sales page in the app. So I can take the order off the poor unsuspecting customer and I don't even have to leave Zoom. And again, that's a really easy developer's thing to do.
nice.
Now you
You'll have to
wrote
come,
that app,
you'll have
or
to come
it's-
to our
or
new
it's-
developer show.
You wrote that app, or is that available?
I
as
have
a
written the app.
downloadable?
I have written
Here's
the
the
app.
thing.
I have not
Here,
published
Stephen-
it yet on the marketplace.
Here's the thing about John. Here's the thing about John. John
Uh-oh.
talks a good app. John talks about all these apps that John has been telling me that he's making me an app for weeks. I've seen nothing.
I've seen no apps.
I have been a member of the Carluccio school of selling Zoom for many weeks now, and I'm getting nearly as good at it as him. But he's always one step ahead of me.
Yes, he's pretty good at that.
The
But I do
problem
like
okay, so my problem, this is my problem my whole life. I get into this stuff, I find it fascinating, and then I get it to work, and rather than then giving it to you, I then find something else that's fascinating, and I go down another rabbit hole, and I just end up with a whole line of unfulfilled
That's
promises.
That's
Oh,
called
oh, look,
ADD.
another Zoom butterfly. Yeah.
I
So
apologize. I will make a late New Year's resolution to rectify this situation.
So I just found, by the way, I just found meeting agendas. So when I'm in my meetings tab, I've got upcoming, previous, personal meeting templates, proposal, meeting agendas.
I knew they were there.
I don't see any, and I have no way that I can see to create them. So I created a pretend meeting here. I'd love to attach one to this meeting. Maybe I have to like go in somewhere and create an agenda somewhere else first. Does anyone know how you do agendas?
Yeah, I use them, but the problem is I can't work out how to tell you. God, another unfulfilled promise. I'm sorry.
It's an app that he wrote.
This is literally the
No, it really is there.
like this is literally the problem with that we love Zoom
We're back to the beginning.
and we
Yeah,
can't
we
find
are.
anything.
Tamara, we're back to the beginning, aren't we? There are so
Like-
many features, and even we can't remember where
Like
they
we
all are.
can't know how to get to them, but we love them.
Oh, look at this. So meeting agenda, control how meeting agendas are created and shared with invitees. Fine. Don't allow agendas to be shared. No, I have that. And then generate meeting agenda with AI Companion. I'd like to do that, please. Locked by admin. Oh, I am the admin. Wait a second. Maybe, let's see here if there's something on the admin side. Agenda.
I have
okay.
started
Oh,
to
it must be
love
locked
AI
off.
Companion. I just don't send it to anybody but me, but I think it's great.
I take it and throw it into my chat GPT with a reformat
Uh-huh.
and add it to my replays in my community.
Yeah.
And it actually gives that action plan, you know, for the hey, you're supposed to do this. Although I do delete all the lines where it says, Stephen, you need to do this. I just delete the ones that tell me what I should be doing. But that, other than that, it's fantastic. But I do love it.
I definitely don't want it to ever. I can't imagine any circumstances where I would be like forward it to everybody after the meeting. Like I don't know any circumstances where I would not clean it up first, because we do talk about personal things. We're like, nope, that should not be anywhere, and so I won't do that. But so it's not shared with anybody in any of the meetings. But I have really come to like it a lot. And you know what? We should talk about this one week, David, because someone in office hours had made a, for our committee, a Google Doc, and it just seemed so complicated. And she was like, "Hey, you can do it in Zoom Docs," and we did it there, and it showed it lets you choose in 4 or 5 different ways to look at the same set of data, which was incredible to me, because then if you were, a chart kind of person, you could look at it that way, or if you were a doc kind of person, you could look at it that way. So that was a huge upsell, and I hadn't looked at Google Docs since it first came out, and it was really unimpressive. It has actually gotten a little more impressive.
I live in Google Docs. Or Zoom Docs.
Zoom Docs.
Zoom Docs.
Because I live in Google Docs too, and I love it. But
Yeah.
and we remember when Zoom Docs first came out, it couldn't even export. It couldn't really do anything. It actually has some high end features that we haven't talked about. That when I saw them in action, I was like, "What?"
Well, so I'm in Zoom Docs now because I'm still looking for the agenda, and so I said, well, maybe it's over in Zoom Docs. So this is, by the way, this just came up. I just got this. Let me cursor. So it's asking me, tell us a little bit about you. So unfortunately, you can only click one thing, which seems a little silly to me, but okay, I'll say teach, present next. What industry do I work in? I don't know. What do I work in? I don't work in education. We'll just put that. Now let's make some magic with Zoom Docs. Okay.
David, Robert from YouTube is actually saying something about type/paste your agenda details into the field. I think that might have been where you were previously, or that might be related to now. I'm not sure.
Hey?
Robert, I don't know, when you were Robert saw you doing something then he said type/paste your agenda details into the field is all he said in YouTube. I'm assuming you knew what he was talking about at the time.
All right. Well,
I've been
here's a meeting agenda as a template in Docs. Maybe you have to create one first as a doc and then you can attach it. So let's just test meeting agenda. Okay, beautiful. So now if I want to meetings from Docs, if I want to attach this to a meeting, save to my templates maybe? Okay. All right, so now let me go back and let's see. So now I go to meetings and then we go to meeting agendas. No. I don't know. I'm a little flummoxed. I don't know.
It did start live as just a little text box into which you could type a very simple agenda.
Yeah, I
But I
just
don't know what enables it, I'm afraid. I can't find the switch like you. I can't find the switch to make it appear.
Yeah. I don't know. Well, if Robert, if you figure it out, let me know if like where that is. Template none. I don't even settings there. Summaries. I don't know.
Are they not
I
part
don't
of the
know.
meeting templates? The ones that you had before?
I don't even know where to create those though. That's I mean, right? So here's I'm in meetings, meeting templates. I'm sure there's a place to do this. I've never used it, so I don't even know how to. This is a template that was created by your account admin. Okay. Use this template. You used an admin meeting to view template details. This is set up. Oh, see, no. So
Yeah,
these
that's a template for the actual meeting
Yeah,
as
right.
compared
These
to an agenda template.
and these are settings, right, for
Yeah.
that meeting. Right. Yeah. All right. Well, we don't have to sit here and watch me fumble around like an idiot. I don't know how
Well,
to
it
use.
is amusing.
Thank you. I don't know how to
Us
use
fumbling around on Zoom items is exactly what we do here, David.
Yeah.
That makes us smart, not
some
idiotic.
of us do it better than others. Some of us do it better than others. This is in many ways.
Wait. I found it. It's not
Okay,
on the
wait,
web. You have to be in the
before you
workplace app.
oh, it's
Go
in the
ahead.
Oh,
client.
jeez.
So, but this is good because this is exactly kind of where the problem lies. Again, is that something's run the client. I didn't even think to look at the client. This goes back to Tamara, what you were saying before about people don't even know if they're on the client. I didn't even think to look in the client.
I don't even know if I'm on the client sometimes. I mean, honestly, like some of the things we do on the web, some of the things we do that I can't remember which is which. So I can understand why average people would be
All right, so I'm
confused.
going to schedule a new meeting. That's fine. Here are my settings. This all looks familiar. Meeting chat. Okay. All right. So that should be okay. Oh, actually,
Is there anything else there?
let me actually change because I had it set to where is it? I have it set to, let me change it to a meeting ID.
There you go.
So that that doesn't get in the way. Meeting summary template, no, that we had before. Oh, here, there's a sidebar. Sorry, I didn't even see this. Enter, no. Okay, so, here it is,
Yay.
right there.
Oh, wow.
Generate agenda, new. Holy moly. Okay. Okay, so now we know where it is. I just want to try something. I want to try, and I want to keep it as a PMI. I'm curious if So it's a personal meeting ID. Okay. I'm curious if we still have that option. More options? No, you don't. Okay. So that's just for non-PMI meetings. I don't actually know if have I scheduled all these meetings now? Yeah, I have. Let me delete these.
At the sound of all these notifications on your screen, bing, bing, bing.
Yeah.
So they probably need to clean up the Zoom .us site now.
By the way,
Oh no, they already
this,
are. That's okay.
by the way, this like this interface piece, this is super annoying to me. Like I can't see anything in here. I need to be able to expand this. And yes, I can make the app bigger, but like, okay, wait, let me go back up. So I have all these silly things that I don't need now. Let me just delete these real quick. What? Oh God, wait.
That's
no.
ours. That's yep.
No, but that's not.
That's our main one.
Oh,
That's
you
what
know
we're
why
in right
that's
now.
there? Sorry.
Careful.
Sorry.
Careful.
No, that's there from. So this is interesting. I did not schedule that in Zoom. That is scheduled in my calendar, in my Google Calendar. So that's why that's there, because I've connected them. Okay.
That
So
was close.
wait.
We could have all disappeared in a puff.
anything.
What?
No,
You might. There's 300 volts comes down the Zooms, and we all
No.
disappear in a puff of logic if you delete us.
all it's gonna do is take it out of my calendar. All right. Generate automatically, save. Now I go to more options and boom, generate agenda. Enter goals or key points. Okay. Just discuss
God.
Zoom UI and UX. How it can be improved. Why John can't get more developers to get off their tuchus and build Zoom apps. Okay. Now what happens? So I did that, and now I save it. Okay. And here's it didn't do anything. It literally just took what I wrote, and I thought I was going to get like some great AI expansion or something. I'll try that again. Oh gosh, wait, no, didn't mean to do that. Stop. No, close. Hold on. Sorry. Schedule. Go into here, generate automatically, boom, more options. Generate agenda. So generate to me, sorry, enter goals or keep, maybe I have to put them here. Oh, I see, I typed in the wrong place. Okay. You know, in the dark UI, this really doesn't look good. So I typed them up here. I guess I have to put them in here. And now it's working on it. That's much better. Okay. There we go. That's a nice little thing. So here we go. Opening and context setting. Welcome and introduce the focus on Zoom UI UX improvements and developer engagement challenges. Analyze Zoom interface pain points and brainstorm potential enhancements. Discuss barriers preventing developers from building Zoom apps and identify solutions to increase participation. And assign ownership for follow-up tasks and schedules.
Could you now get that machine to join that event? Because you should get a pop-up then at the beginning when you join.
Sure.
Giving you the agenda items.
It's not that one, it's this one. So now start. And there it is on the wait. Why did I get the old one? Okay, hold on. We're gonna try this again.
To save, David.
Did I forget to save? Really? All right, hold on. We're gonna do this cleanly. so that we can actually, or maybe there was a different, I've created so many, I can't even keep track now. Here we go. No, I don't need the recap. That was a recap of nothing. All right, we're going to schedule. Oh, Lord. We're going to go here. We're going to go here. We're going to do this. We're going to do more options. We're going to do generate agenda. I'm going to type in, no, I'm going to type in here that it's going to go ahead and build our agenda. Bada boom. Oh, see, yeah. I have to click that. Okay. So now, and then I have to click save down here. Dear Lord. Okay. Now we're going to start. I wonder why I don't know. Oh, because it's not time yet. That's why. Let's start this meeting. And here's our agenda. And now I can start this. And I get a little timer up here at the top, keeping me on time.
Also in the agenda, counting down.
Oh, yeah. Look at that. And I can also grab things, move them around, reorganize it. Yeah, it's very nice. Share in the meeting. So presumably that goes, oh, no, sorry. Interesting. So that opens a share window, which presumably then anyone can interact with. How do I stop that share? So do that. Okay. What else can I do? I can share, open in docs.
It's a Zoom doc. It's a Zoom doc in itself, you see, so you can play
Right.
around with it the same way.
Right.
Very neat.
Yep.
Yeah, so presumably you could download a template. If somebody
Yeah.
created a template, you could download a template into Zoom docs and then access it, I imagine.
I wonder, because I didn't see a way to access Zoom docs from here. So sorry, I'll do this one last time just so we can get there and see it. More options. So for generate agenda, I don't see a way to import anything unless, oh, there it is. Okay, so you create your agenda in Zoom docs and then you add it and it will presumably find, yeah, it will find all of your Zoom docs. Yeah, this is stuff that I created. Boom. Now it's going to take that and turn it into an actual agenda. I wonder though, can I add stuff up here? Yes. Yeah. Yep. So yes, you drop stuff into Zoom docs. This is a nice integration. It just took us forever to find it. You could drop stuff, a template in Zoom docs and just use it there.
Well, if you were a company with 500 employees and you said this is the way we're going to do our meetings, everybody would know by the end of the week how to do this.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yep.
Okay, half the people would know by the end of the week.
That timer is interesting to me. I vibe coded an app that I have a bunch of people using now, and one of the things that I included in it is it's basically it helps you create lessons and then present them and teach them. So when you go into teach mode, it pops out a little bit like Keynote or PowerPoint. It pops out the teacher notes, and it makes everything else on the screen really big intentionally for Zoom screen share. Like it blows everything up. But then back on on this one where I can kind of navigate back and forth and it moves both screens, I've got the timer up here also. So I've got a step timer and a session timer because there are multiple steps in each timer. So it kind of, again, is a way for it's a nice little thing to have to be able to keep an eye on the time. And
John, it sounds like David needs a little extra of a course to incorporate that as a marketplace app.
No, he doesn't. Thank
Yeah, it's all starting to fall into place now. He's requested earlier, isn't it?
And he says he's not a developer.
Dude, I literally had, I mean, it took me a long time, don't get me wrong, but I didn't code one word of that. that award.
He's got the vibe.
David
got
and I
the
are
vibe.
cheats.
Yeah, we really are. We really are. Mike, I'm turning this over to you for 2 seconds so I can take a quick break.
Absolutely. And on that note, Robert, you've been very helpful during David's all of that. Let us know in chat, Robert, if David did do everything that you're mentioning. Just a couple of things that Robert did say for us to do, which was go to the Zoom app, then home, then schedule, and then halfway down the page, you can add an agenda. I think we did get to that. From Robert, he was also saying you added the agenda in that mode you need to generate it with AI. So again, I think we're doing that too a little bit with AI. And you can also use AI Companion to generate an agenda during a meeting and share the doc in the meeting as an agenda. And I think we sort of did that. John, did we get that far?
Yeah, because he edited it, didn't he? So yeah, we shared it. This is what, a year since Zoom Docs first came out, and now we're seeing it popping up in lots of little places and being quite effective.
And being useful where we thought it was unuseful in the beginning.
This is
Cool.
Zoom's way. They have
Maybe
an
Zoom
idea,
should
they
have
throw it out
a
there and see what
developer
happens.
conference.
We've had developer conferences, yes.
No, I what I meant to say, I didn't want to continue talking over you. My apologies. What I meant was a developer conference that's public, so that like the Apple WDD, whatever, MC, whatever, or the Canva, or when they do the, hey, these are all the cool things we're working on, and this is how it impacts you, and everybody kind of forgets about it, but we all go back to that replay and say, oh, I know there's something cool coming. It's just, I think, communicating to the masses, which first start with those of us that are us, and then trickle down to the users. That would be cool.
That's
Go ahead, John.
Zoomtopia.
Well, actually, more specifically, I know there's something coming up, John. Go for it.
Stephen, you use the word the masses, and that's okay. I'm going to have to be brutally honest to you guys. There are two halves to Zoom. Let's be honest about it. All right. There's the corporate world of Zoom, and there's the rest of us world of Zoom. Roughly around 50-50 each side. The corporate guys get more influence with Zoom because, frankly, they're paying, some of them, hundreds of thousands of dollars a month for the service. So they've obviously got more influence. They've got lots of Zoomies running around supporting them every day in their businesses because they've got thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of users. There's a lot more going on in the corporate world as far as software development is concerned. Much, much more, immensely more. We have a fortnightly meeting of Zoom developers, and Mike, you might be able to back me up on this. Right, I would probably say the 80-20 rule applies. 80% of the people there are either doing stuff for corporates, or they are corporates wanting stuff done for them. That's where most of the software development's going.
Yeah, we're just the muggles. We just want what we want.
Yeah, the problem is, to be a software developer on Zoom, you do need a certain set of skills, to use that famous phrase, but you also need equipment, software equipment. You need a host, an app. So although it is possible, and I'm trying to encourage it, to write apps for your own use, your own personal use, if you then want to share them with the greater community through Zoom, then there are quite a few complicated hurdles which the average Joe is not going to be able to or want to jump over. But there's certainly more mileage for people doing apps on their own account because, and again, not trying to influence or be rude about anybody, if you create an app and you want to share it to the whole Zoomiverse, obviously Zoom does a lot of checking and whatever to make sure it's not going to break everybody else's world. If you create an app for yourself, well, if it breaks, it only breaks your app, so it's your own fault. So there is much less scrutiny at that level.
Makes sense.
Right. Yeah. And Stephen, just to give you a little more FYI too, and John, back me up on this. I believe Stephen was making a comment about being able to go to a conference or an in-person situation where I can be a developer that wants to know more about developing under Zoom. And your answer is coming soon, if I'm not mistaken.
That's exactly what I've been working on with the Zoom dev community. And let's just say it's a little bit harder than just turning up and chatting to everybody on a Lord Zoom live. So it is taking a bit more effort, but I'm pretty close. I expect by April we will have started that program, and more people that join in, the more, frankly, the more support I can get from Zoom to make it bigger. But yeah, I think, a group of us think that we've got the development stuff down to a level where you can get some quite fun stuff out of not a lot of effort. You can even get, I don't really want to say this, but you can even get AI to help you. The problem was a year ago or 2 years ago, you could have done the same thing. But the difference a year or 2 years ago was that AI didn't have enough good examples of stuff to do with programming in Zoom. And therefore it would just go off at tangents and give you out of date information and just rubbish. And it just wasn't possible to get anywhere. But we're now getting to the point now where I've been able to engineer a world where if I can give it the basic building bricks to get the stuff working, like the basics of an app to work, I can now use AI to help me build all the clever bits. So if I say, oh, I want to do a lower third, so I've got a nice title for myself when I come onto Zoom meetings. If you build the basics, you can then get Zoom with AI to tell you what you need to put into your code to make that happen. So I think that's what I honestly, I tried to do this a year ago, and because of all these AI making up stuff problems, couldn't do it. But this year I have been able to, and I want to share that with the world because it's just so much damn fun, especially when you get people like David Paskin off your back, because he can write his own bit of code to turn on and off his music for musicians.
Yeah, he's already getting there, Dave. It's
yeah,
right, John?
he's already vibing. So
I know.
it's just a question of now showing you how to build the.
It's all about confidence. It's confidence.
The gauntlet has been thrown down. Okay, I'm starting right now. Mike, take over.
I'm taking over. I'm taking over.
But yeah,
David,
Stephen,
I'm not even kidding. I'm mad. I'm just doing it myself.
There we go. See, how do we motivate around here on the Zoom Test Kitchen community? That way.
And we've not had to use the 4-letter word to get anything too technical to happen. It's all happened between us. We have agendas created by AI, which now always says, and John needs to back up one of his promises with something real.
He will. He will.
That's in the template, is it now?
Yeah. Yeah. Stephen, if you are more interested into getting into the development stuff, of course, there's the equivalent to the Zoom community. There's also the Zoom development community forums as well. So if that intrigues you to get a little more into that, go for that. Johnny's there to answer questions. And John and I,
if you can get around, sorry, Mike, if you get around GitHub, if you understand GitHub, there's loads of examples up there, and most of them even work, which is quite good for GitHub.
Yeah, that's a good start.
Yeah. So definitely, yeah. So again, and again, if you want to pop in to listen to all the different developers too, there's also developers office hours every 2 weeks.
Oh, that's very cool.
Where you can actually, as a developer, ask Zoomies live questions, and they will, if they don't know the answer, they will get you the answer from the people that are actually making the test.
I just need to copy paste an extra day of the week.
That is, don't we all? That is very true. That is very true. But yeah,
don't have that app. I'm sorry, I'm still working on that one.
Yeah, yeah. There's no extending down to 8 days yet, as of yet. Mr. Paskin, we might think about it though. Yeah, go ahead, Dave.
John.
Oh, John. Oh,
Zoom does. Maybe this is wrong. It's AI.
Oh,
Zoom does not expose a public API that lets you toggle original sound for musicians programmatically during a meeting. This setting lives inside the Zoom desktop client's audio processing layer, not the meeting control layer that the API or SDKs can manipulate.
That is not true. This is a good example of the original sound is available in the app SDK. In the app, that's the APPS SDK, which is a piece of programming code that you can use, but you can only run it in a Zoom webinar, in the Zoom Workplace app. So that's, you know, a little app window that appears on your side, that you can run it in there. And inside there, if you Google the app SDK, it's publicly available. There are some audio device settings.
Well, it also lives inside Zoom ISO as a
it gets the access to there from the same place. Yeah.
But David's got the right answer from AI.
Oh, yeah.
There's not a direct Zoom API to control it.
Correct, because it's not an API
John
call.
has said there's another way to do that, and I just did. David, you were right, and so is John.
So
Great peacemaking, Ray. Great peacemaking, Ray. Thank you. Yeah.
So I think what the answer this is giving me is you can't control original sound from a browser. You would have to write a Zoom app that controls it.
If the browser was itself a Zoom program, you would be able to. If it was a generic browser, you wouldn't be able to.
Gotcha. Okay. Gotcha. The Zoom Apps SDK exposes audio control methods such as Zoom SDK.set original sound, true or false. And in some, there's a toggle original sound. This only works inside a Zoom app panel, as you said.
Yeah, because what happens is it's a JavaScript program. Usually you can write in C, but most people write in JavaScript. And it's not talking to the Zoom API back at Zoom Central, so to speak. It's actually talking to the Workplace app that it's running inside. So it's actually sending messages via HTML and JavaScript into that. And that's how it gets the ability to change your personal sound, because it's running in your app. It's not talking to, Zoom Central, so to speak, to get a meeting, a list of a meeting or whatever. It's running in your app. And there are quite a lot of really interesting, and if you've got nothing else to do and you want to have a mosey around, have a look in app sdk.zoom.us, because there are quite a few particular things in there that you can't get anywhere else. And I'll just take a very simple example. You can actually set some code there so you can see who's in the meeting, so you can get a list of participants. But you can also ask it to remind you when that list of participants changes. So if somebody leaves the meeting or joins the meeting, obviously the list changes. You don't want to have a program sitting there constantly asking, is there anybody else in the meeting? So you just wait, and this sends a message to you, when a webhook to send to you when that's changed. So you then know who the people in the meeting. And if somebody's made a co-host, so my infamous stop putting your hand up application will not, which kicks people, can't work unless you're a co-host. So one of the other functions in there is you can see when somebody's status has changed. So if they become a host or a co-host, they can then do things that they couldn't do before.
Here's
and
what I'm
also
building.
within it, well, great.
Oh, here we
It's
go.
going to be called
All right, everybody.
Zoom
Here we
audio
go.
mode. Okay. So I'm going to go to the Zoom Market Developer Portal.
Yep.
I'm going to create a general app. The scopes that I need are audio control and meeting read. I'm going to enable Zoom Apps SDK. I'm going to create a simple folder, install the SDK, and here's the index that I need and the styles. I don't know what any of this means, but
Very quickly scanning that looks pretty close.
Register or redirect URL.
Yeah,
Yep,
I haven't
that's
seen
correct.
anything outstandingly wrong there, David, actually.
Okay, there is no way that you all scanned that quickly. That's absurd.
Well,
Well,
David,
I
we've
know
been
this
doing
is
it too long, which is
territory
fine.
to them. This is
You
familiar
obviously have
territory.
never written code for a living, David.
I was going to
All right,
say,
guys.
David, I believe that they can. My older son is a software developer from way back. He's, super old now. He's 35, and he started when he was 15, and I watched his computer. It looked like he was scanning the freaking Matrix. So I totally believe that these guys can scan that quickly.
Usually when the AI
I
gets
can't.
it wrong, it gets it so wrong, it's quite obvious when it's wrong, if you know what I mean. If you know what you're supposed to be looking for.
All right, I'm putting on my calendar to build this before next week.
All right.
It'll be so much fun.
So David, as so once you get to the point of making it, of course, it will become one of your music. It'll become so when you get into this meeting, you would have to call it in as an app.
Right.
It'd be under your apps.
What's super frustrating about this is that I won't be able to use this in Ecamm for Zoom because apps aren't in the API that Ecamm calls to integrate Zoom into Ecamm. So I have no access to apps. But that's not an Ecamm thing. That's a Zoom thing.
No, it's an Ecamm thing.
No,
because
it's an Ecamm
Ecamm
thing.
haven't enabled it.
No, it's not.
Not to.
No, it's not. No, Zoom does not put access to Zoom apps in their API. ISO doesn't have it. OSC doesn't has it. VMix, none of them have it.
Don't believe that.
None
That's
of them
per
have
Andy.
wanted to put it in, but that doesn't mean they don't have access to it.
It's
I
not
have
in.
seen-
It's not.
I have seen web apps use the app SDK.
Web apps use
I
the
have seen
app.
I have seen browser-based versions of Zoom use the app SDK.
Yeah, it's JavaScript.
All I know is that the Zoom apps, like in meeting Zoom apps, is not available.
Okay, so let's make this a bit more interesting then. So what is the challenge that you are taking on?
I just want a button.
Okay.
That's my challenge.
Well, let me clarify that, David, because you can make a button, as John has said, that works in an app when you're in the Zoom Workplace app, but you want one that also works when you are using an SDK-based thing in either Ecamm or vMix or whatever.
Anywhere, right? And as of what Andy has told us the last time this happened, or the last time we checked, which is like a month ago, apps are not using the SDK, the API, whatever the correct terminology is. They cannot include apps in Ecamm for Zoom. So
I can believe that because there are so many different ways to have written that code that there are ways that would make it impossible. But there are also ways that could make it possible.
I'm sure. I'm handing this off to Mike for just a few minutes. I'll be back.
All right, Dave.
Sorry,
need a
gents,
cold
I got to
shower
run,
now.
but thank you very much. It's been enlightening here, to be quite honest with you. And I look forward to seeing you all again. Have a great weekend doing whatever it is you enjoy doing.
Perfect. Stephen, take care. Glad to see you.
Same.
Hope to see you next week.
You bet.
All right. So on that note, I will officially continue down. We didn't actually finish after John brought out the Stream Deck XL. Plus, we didn't actually finish our routine. So I'll say hi to Peter, even though Peter, you've said hi already numerous times.
I said, and
Sorry, Peter. Sorry. That was the biggest diversion we've ever had in Test Kitchen history. I think.
well, I probably would have done the same thing if my box had arrived today, but it's scheduled to arrive tomorrow. So,
So again, Pete, the reasoning you went after it. Let's go down that can of worms.
well,
Why did Pete spend the 300-ish bucks?
because I'm running out of buttons.
Oh, see, John, it was a good thing that I said at the end of our show. Can't have enough buttons.
Did anyone tell Peter you can have multiple pages? You're not telling me he's run out of 100 pages.
184 pages.
Yeah, all hail Pete with 184 pages and get paying it.
It's really simple though, because I'm probably it's a self-inflicted wound, because one of the things I discovered early on with using Memo Live and Companion is if you create a template in Memo Live that you then replicate and make the appropriate changes, the only thing that changes in the buttons is the meeting number, is the meeting ID. All the reference URLs otherwise stay exactly the same. So I've got, because I run probably 14 different types of meetings that are all on the same Memo Live template, but all take between 8 and 10 pages. That's why I have all those pages. I also found some interesting tricks where I am using the Zoom ISO client and my Mac. Somebody says, what do you use the rotary dials for? Two things. Two things. One is to control my lights in my office, right? And the other is to select the source from my Zoom ISO client and what window it's going to on my super source. So
Okay.
I use the 4 dials, one per box, because that's all the boxes you can have on a ATEM super source. And I turn the dial and then press it to say go to that ATEM or Zoom ISO source.
Mm-hmm. So
Right.
instead, so that actually takes the information just for everybody that aren't 100% familiar with the Zoom ISO. That's actually the drop down, right? Of choosing your different participant.
No. This is right. You have to physically, in my case, I have a Decklink quad card coming out of my Mac Pro. All 8 outputs, all 8 outputs going into my ATEM. So as inputs. So now I have to do the mapping between those 8 inputs to the 4 boxes that the super source will allow. So I say I want to pull in, I can't show you obviously because it's really hard to show, but I can literally say, box 1 is coming from the hyperdeck, box 2 is coming from from quad card output 1, box 3 is coming from some other source, my own camera as an example. I can dial any source to any of those 4 boxes. So I use those 4 knobs to do that. And frankly, I think I could probably consolidate a few pages with the new one. And since I'm
Yeah.
setting up a second house down about 200 miles south of me, I'm gonna, probably be moving some stream decks at the same time.
There you go. That's it. That was the question that I had for John. I said, John, so what is what is the big behemoth? Everybody's coming up with different terminologies of how big this unit actually physically really is, but what is that actually replacing? And John, you told me
It's a secret.
oh, that's not what he said. Uh, what he said was, oh, he's still being on mute on me. See, look at that. Now he conveniently knows where the mute button is. Go figure. No, what he told me was that he's going to move 2 of them down to a different desk.
Yeah, I need quite a treads on my. Oh no, what I need to turn on and off original sound. Oh, perhaps I'll do an app for that.
And that's why I normally run out of the Zoom ISO client at my desk, even at my desk. I mean, right now I'm in it. So I have a button on my Stream Deck that says original sound on or off. On using Companion. Let's be clear, using
Right.
Companion.
Right. Right. Yes. Yes. We must be very specific, as John and I were earlier today on our show, that we were saying Stream Deck software, you can do this. Companion software, you can do this and a whole heck of a lot more. So, yeah, again, it really depends on the gear that you have, depends on the, what Stream Deck modules have been made. And then, of course, on the BitFocus Companion side, then it would depend on what modules have been made for your piece of gear. And again, of course, that gear, the major functionality of that gear, it has to have some sort of interactivity over a network.
Mhm.
That's the easiest way of putting it. It gets more complicated beyond that, but the easiest way, if that piece of gear has a network interface of some sort, and you could talk to that network interface using something, chances are Companion should be able to handle it.
Agreed.
For the most part. Not 100% necessarily, but for the most part, it should be able to be, if it's not already a module made, there could be a module made for that piece of gear.
And that's also, with all due respect to I think you said there were 700 different modules for running there. That's still another very underutilized area of control with what you can do with Stream Decks and controlling all equipment.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, yeah. The number that I saw was a little over 730 as of earlier today. And I did find out that depending on, and Hasma, I see you, and they're going to say, come to you here shortly. Don't touch, but there is a newer version of Companion 4.2.5. So unless you're going to play with it first, of course, but yeah, I did see that there was a bug fix on that.
I'm running it right now.
And no issues, Pete.
None, at least on a Mac, no issues so far.
All right.
Right. But I was in between. I mean, I don't do anything for another week show wise, so I thought I'd give it a shakedown.
Yeah. And so far, so good on everything you need. Good.
But as you well know, I'm a bit of a masochist anyhow, because I'm also running on the latest beta of Tahoe. So
yeah, we all know that Pete living on the edge. That's it. Pete is definitely living on the edge.
Beat me said the masochist, I won't said the sadist. Yes, I know.
Yeah. All in favor? Motion carried. Absolutely. Hasmuth, come on in. Talk to us. And I got some H2R graphics info for you too. Come and talk to me.
Thank God. Oh, thank God now I can go to bed. I was wondering when you're gonna greet me. I said, come on, guys, get to the point.
Well, it was David's fascination because David loved the fact that John had the buttons, but he doesn't want to admit that he wants a new one. Hespa. He doesn't want to admit it. And I know, Robert, guaranteed when you're watching me right now, you are laughing your head off right now. I know that because Robert and I in the past have said, you don't have enough Stream Decks. We'll see how long it takes to get David to have one that has the multiple dials on it. But Hasmith, how are you? I did see you doing stuff with your shoulder, so I know your shoulder's probably acting up a little bit, but how's it been?
Yeah, no, I sent ice to detain my shoulder a little bit. So it's instead of taking medication, I think ice helps it. So
of course. So did you hear what good old John Barker did to H2R graphics that he added?
I heard something. I saw him post somewhere on LinkedIn or somewhere. Remind me.
I will remind you.
Mm-hmm.
H2R graphics now has Telestrator capabilities.
Right, that's it. Yes.
So if you are using H2R graphics for Sparts, then John has now made it Telestrator compatible in H2R graphics. I do not have a demo of it. Right. I do not have it ready to show that, but yeah. So now you can actually, with H2R graphics, can actually telestrate now. So that was a cool add-on that he's added into the latest version of H2R graphics. Yeah. But yes,
just real quick, Mike.
Yes.
Sorry, I have an important update on the app development. I give up.
That was quick. Why?
Working in it, unless John wants to walk me through, it's not vibe coding at all.
It's not vibe coding.
It's not. It's asking me questions that are scaring me and that I don't know the answers to.
And everybody's not hearing John laughing because he's got his mute on because he is laughing quite a bit. Yeah. But
so
no, it's
I
not.
just want to give you that update.
I think you just discovered a new show format. Programming with Haskin.
There we go.
Oh my God.
If Pascal can do the programming, you can too. There you go. That's it.
Which means you can't.
Yes. Way too cool. So, all right. So, because David's back and I haven't had a chance to do it yet. Let's see if my stinger works. There we go. Oh, there's the stinger. David's all happy. Yes. If you have any questions for us on the Zoom Test Kitchen, let us know in chat and I will relay it to the team that's still here. Oh, Robert said Dave has to give up on a challenge that he planned for next week. Uh-oh. Robert's not giving you much help. I don't know why Robert's being that mean to you. I don't understand.
You know what, Robert? You build the button. Again, it's not even going to work in my work case. So I don't know why I even suggested that I would do it. You know what I need to do? Actually, when I stepped away, I realized what I need to do is ask Ecamm to build it in, because they could do it in a heartbeat, because they've already got the whole thing integrated. So that's what I need to do.
Right.
So
And now,
Ecamm, I'm coming for you.
Pete. Yeah. Now, Pete, did you tell David what? Oh, that's right. David wasn't here when you said that you already have a button that does that already.
Yeah.
No, he has a button in Zoom OSC. Mazel tov. I have the same Zoom OSC. I have the same button, but I don't join meetings primarily from my OSC or my ISO machine. So, I mean, that's lovely, but breaking news.
Uh-oh.
Hold on.
Don't
We
tell
are
me
going to
Hank's
have a
just sent you the
special
code.
visitor.
Oh.
No, we're going to have a special visitor on March 27th, because there will be some things to discuss, I've been told.
Oh, our friend, Father Randy.
NDA, 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 NDA.
No, I that literally is all that's written here. It's not an NDA. I just,
It's been
literally
NDA
says,
before you even saw it.
And it's
literally
and it's
says
written,
there will be some things to discuss.
And it's from anonymous, was it? That's amazing how you get anonymous
source. So make sure to mark your calendars. In 3 weeks, join us in the kitchen. There will be some things to discuss. Sorry, not announced. It doesn't say announced.
Please
it says
send
discuss.
an email to anonymous@zoomtestkitchen.com.
That's right. All right, guys.
All right, cool, David. All right, and I see. So Hasmuth, so what is up for this week before we let you disappear to La La Land?
No, not much. My project that I had with a mobile operator got the attention of Virgin Active, which is a large gymnasium chain here in South Africa, part of Virgin Active in the UK. So now they want to work with me to connect all the gyms and have a kind of a meeting, conversation, training session. So I'm quite excited by that.
Cool. That's a big contract potential. Oh
yeah, I just need to, when I meet people, then they ask me, so what's the what is this going to cost me? So I said, I got to tell you that a lot of people say to me, you like Gandhi, you like to help people. So I say, yeah, that's true. But I also know Gandhi died very poor, but very happy. So I think.
And what should I draw from that? You're rich and unhappy?
Got to read between the lines on that one, Hasmo.
Yeah, no, I think the plan wasn't to go very heavy commercial with what I do. I was trying to work with a medical fraternity and help them out. And so now I have to get in some folks to help me, and probably I want to benchmark with many of the players in the community and say, okay, how do you figure out? And somebody suggested to me, come up with a flat production fee, and then you charge per user that's in the event. So I'm just trying to figure out how to think economics rather than just being a saint. It's a difficult transition.
That's it.
The issue that I would recommend to you, Hasmuck, because I've done this and I've been in software development all my life as well. And so it also works here is someone says, hey, can you build me this? And you say yes, and they ask how much. Now, wait a minute, before I tell you how much, we have to define the scope of what you want. And I had one
Yes.
client who said, I want you to run my 3-day event. And I said, here's a price. And then a month later, he said, oh, by the way, I want to pre-record everybody's presentations. And I said, that I will charge you by the hour for an addition. So you have to be able to first
Yes.
say, if you're going to come up
Yes.
with a price, it includes this and does not include that.
Right.
And what more, we have to talk.
Yeah.
That's exactly what somebody advised me to say. If somebody wants a quiz in the session or polling or, break it up into segments and then you price it in and
Yeah.
have
Yeah.
that kind of what I call a tariff card, which essentially says
Yeah.
this is basic and everything else is charged for. And I have a real hard time making money, guys. You got to
It's so
understand it.
hard. It's so hard because exactly what Ray said. You say it's like somebody coming to you get a builder in. You say to the builder, "I'd like you to fix my wall," and he gives you a price for the wall. And when he turns up, you say, "Oh, the wall's looking good now. My pathway's a bit looks a bit of a mess compared to the wall now. So you can sort that out for me as well. Oh, and of course the path is in a mess because the drain pipe is broken and it's flooding. So if you could fix that for me as well, that'd be fantastic. And yeah, it's exactly the same in Zoom. There are so many extra things, and they are exactly right, Ray. They are time consuming,
Mm.
and that's where we all come a cropper when we start to do these projects. They
Yeah.
just keep adding on stuff.
Hasma, what has always worked for me is to give a basic package
Mm-hmm.
and then to expand from that package. You want this too. So I would even call polls and stuff like that. I would actually use the newer word, which is becoming gamification,
Yeah, there we go.
right? So if you want a gamification add-on of me
Mhm.
showing off pretty polls, showing off pretty surveys, showing off pretty, then gamification is an add-on, or this is an add-on, or are you supplying all the AV gear or am I supplying all the AV gear? Right? It all comes down to figuring out from them if they want everything handled by you, then you have to go, okay, this is everything handled by me that I'm comfortable with based on what you've told me and be very detailed. Then this is what you have to be with the client, right? And this is how I've done productions for
Yeah.
decades. And it's like you'll have the what we call the consultation meeting. And some people do actually charge for that too, by the way. In this
Wow.
industry,
Right.
that's not abnormal either.
Sure.
Or
Sure.
of a consultation fee of X dollars. It could be a flat rate or per hour. That's not abnormal. And then there's also at that particular point, okay, tell me what you want done. What is your ideal picture in your mind? What do you really want this event, this meeting, this webinar to look like?
Sure.
Right?
Sure.
Because again, if you don't hit that target, you might get paid, but you might not get that second gig.
Yeah.
Right? That's where it comes down to. But again, if they didn't pay for it and yet they thought they did, and then they thought they told you they wanted something and something, that's when you bring out the piece of paper going, I did this, I did that, I did this. I could have done what you asked, but it's not here. Right? So that's where you've got to, back in my younger years, I was also a DJ. So we also had to deal with the bridezillas. So this was the same situation too, that if it wasn't written down on the piece of paper, the DJ didn't do it. Right? So it's one of those situations where the piece of paper becomes your CYA.
Well,
Right.
I use the phrase, if it's not written down, it doesn't exist.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think that I got so heavily involved with medical school and trying to up the game. And whatever we built and the way we've been using it is now attracting commercial interest. And the mobile operator was the first one to come along. And I can see that mainly by word of mouth, it's saying, hey, this is a very powerful medium and platform that is there by Hashmukh, and they, you should go and see it. Now suddenly I have to start thinking commercially. So
Mm-hmm.
I said to the head of the department at medical school, I said, we built the studio and we built this infrastructure. So I said, it's analogous to I've built a hotel, and for the last 2, 3 years, I've been giving out free coupons for occupancy. And now that occupancy is now getting its own traction and motion, and it's becoming now a viable. Hey, this hotel is now uh, can be now. I got to think now profit, and so I said to medical school, okay, we need to ease off on this pro bono stuff, and you need to come with me to help sell the hotel to pharmaceuticals and medical suppliers from that side of what I do. But then I can also leverage what I've built on now these new commercial opportunities.
Right, right. And on top of that, too, again, going quickly into the DJ world where they actually have agencies like your event coordinators. So this
Hmm.
is almost to a point where you could be actually getting into that if they actually have such a thing, has about in your country, where they have
Yeah.
like event coordinators where they will go, oh yeah, I've already, you just need a studio. Oh yeah, I know Hasmuk's got a studio. When do you want me to book it with him? Right.
Right,
Because
right.
you don't care what the content is really.
Exactly, exactly.
You've got the gear, it's there.
Mhm.
You've got to think more outside of the medical world now. And you've got to think
Exactly.
to yourself as you have a production studio that anybody with any topic that can do anything, as long as that studio is as flexible as I probably think it is, you could pretty much have any type of content in there. You could have people doing podcasts in there.
There
You
we
could
go.
have people doing a podcast
Yeah,
is just boom
yeah, yeah.
right there
Sure,
alone. You come up with a podcast fee of X amount of dollars, and you can rent the bill. You rent it out, and you charge them. You know, just
sure.
figure out. Then it becomes like a podcast fee, as an example. Or you get into, okay, am I now not in the studio, and I'm now going to your site? Well, now all of a
Mm.
sudden you have to start taking into consideration travel,
Right.
head count, salaries. You know, is it more than one day? So now travel, feeding them, feeding your staff, feeding yourself, covering all of the expenses of
Mm-hmm.
not being in the studio. Now you have to cover all those expenses, but who should be covering that is not you, that is your
Mm-hmm.
client,
Yeah, yeah.
right? So if you need three people holding three cameras, then you have three people that has three hotel
Sure,
rooms that you're paying them food for X amount of days because they got to be there
sure.
X amount of days.
Yeah, no, look, I think I have my core business, which is production of videos for a couple of clients. And I've been leveraging that to do my medical stuff, which I really enjoy. So, I mean, and now I've got the head of department. I'm helping her with her own social media profile, and now we are profiling interesting cases that they present in ward rounds, and so it's kind of developed its own little digital pathway, and they're super excited because suddenly the university is being profiled and getting attention just in Southern Africa itself, because whatever we're doing, it creates a learning portal for across the continent, because that's really what I envisage. But it's by accident that they're saying, hey, we can use this for any vertical. Doesn't matter which vertical it is,
Right.
public or private. I mean,
Right.
the infrastructure and the method of what I do is the same. Like you say, Mike, it's irrespective of the content or the audience that they want to direct this to. It's the same process for me. So that's what I'm trying to get my head around now.
Yeah,
Yep.
exactly. So that it is different. Yeah. So again, there's again, it depends on how far you want to go with this too, Hasbuck, right? Because again, for you, I would suggest sticking with corporate gigs, what I would call in my world corporate gigs, which is pretty
Hmm.
much what you've been doing in the medical world.
Yeah, yeah.
That is your shtick right now. You've got that down pat. You've already got that. If somebody needs your studio for that type of
Mm.
scenario, see easily what Zoom actually did, which I don't know if anybody saw on LinkedIn, where Josh went to actual studio where he had a TV behind him and he was standing in front of a TV. You could probably do that now, Hasma, right?
All right, right.
See, but yet they paid. I don't even want to know for Josh to go to this studio where he was filmed there
Right,
live and they were
right.
broadcasting live for a Zoom. I think it was a sales event of some sort,
Uh-huh. Right.
right? But see that type of thing, that would have been easy peasy for you. One, two
Yeah,
camera shoot,
yeah, yeah.
right? And you've got that now. But that was easy. Somebody just walking in, coming to your studio, getting all nice. You make sure that they all look pretty.
Mm-hmm.
If there's going to be any graphics or such, then you just get that ready for them. And then at that particular point,
Mm-hmm.
it will be not right now. If your studio is not busy, it's not making money, right?
Yep, yep,
So the
yeah. And
down
so,
hour, the more there's down hours, the more money you're not making,
and that's what I mean by the hotel paradigm. I'm
right?
looking for occupancy, and if it's not occupied, I'm not sweating what I've built. So it's quite funny. I meet the group CEO of this mobile company once a year. They part of Vodafone, so John may understand the link there.
Yeah, they
And
used to have their offices just around the corner from us.
yeah, in Newbury is yeah somewhere around there.
They also had one
So
in Wiltshire as well. Yeah.
right. So I met him last year, and he says, "You've built this thing. Have you advertised it? Have you marketed this?" And I said, "Well, I built it for the medical side of it, so I wasn't planning to turn it into a business." He says, "You crazy?" So get people to come into your facility, show them what you do on the medical side of it, because there are other verticals that can take advantage of. And I think that the irony of it all is that I'm the only guy consistently being present in office hours since it opened up from this continent, the entire continent. There's nobody from Africa who's a participant on a regular basis. And therefore, there's nobody on the continent who has access to Andy Carluccio or to Adam Tao or any of these folks.
Hazmat,
So,
with all due
yeah,
respect, that's
yeah.
irrelevant. You don't need Andy.
No, no,
You
no,
don't need
no.
office hours. You've got the same
Uh,
problem. You don't. You don't. You've got some kit. You've got some equipment that works. You don't need anything complicated like Andy's doing, because Andy's doing really big stuff. There's a whole area of easy stuff that you can do with what you've
no,
got.
no, no, exactly. But it's the
And it's
easy
a it's a
stuff,
problem. It's a problem that you're not the only person. There are lots of people who got pulled into doing Zoom stuff during COVID because nobody had any way of communicating.
right?
And all of them at the end of COVID thought, we'll go back to our day job, or how do I turn this into a real
Right,
job? And it
right.
was easy to charge people in those days because in those
Yes.
days they had no alternative. But now they could do it in other ways. So they've now got an alternative and they're now undervaluing, like we said at the very beginning of the show, the average person who uses Zoom undervalues what Zoom can do. And what you have is something much better than what most people use Zoom for.
Right, right. But when they come in and in my workflow, when they see the impact of, let's say, Zoom Tiles or Zoom ISO and even the Zoom Graphics Toolkit, nobody in this country actually uses any of those tools. So
Agree.
I think that being part of that community has done a couple of things. Even attending Zoom Test Kitchen every week, I attend because I learn at least one new thing that I go out and exploit. and
Yep.
implement either in my workflow to create better efficiency or doing it differently or so all of those things that I learned. But what I'm getting at is that being a participant in these two communities, the office hours one and Zoom Test Kitchen, I'm iterating what I do almost every 2 or 3 weeks. It's always different. And my staff always tell me, oh, this is something new again, but they get excited by it. So uh, this particular client that came in, Virgin Active, they said, oh my God, your gallery looks very different because I had Zoom tiles on the teleprompter and they could see the Zoom name and they were fascinated by this rotation in and out of participants. So I think it's those little things
Yep.
that kind of becomes it becomes awe-inspiring for them. And the most time they walk out of my office say, my head is blown. I got to figure out and think about how we can leverage what you can offer. Whereas I've been implementing much of this in the medical field. So in the medical field, for example, for the what they call a grand round, which I've been doing every Thursday, they had very poor online attendance. And each week we are increasing exponentially the people who attend. And that's because we cut the show. So we use mix effects. We present the presenter and the slide deck and the audience. Somebody in the
Because it's
audience is
entertaining.
somebody's asking a question. The people online can say who's asking the question, and they can hear the conversation between
Yeah.
the lecturer and somebody in the audience. And so now the medical school is saying, hey, we hold this session just for our trainee doctors. Maybe we should open it up across the country. So now I can see this getting to the point where we have 100 or 200 people, doctors in attendance. So I think what this has done is up the digital game for the universities.
Yeah.
But what they're realizing is that the outreach training capacity is just becoming really incredible. So last week, what I did is I formed the diabetes center, and there are hundreds, if not thousands, of lower limb amputations per year in my country. And that's because the management of feet in diabetes is not what it should be. So we formed the whole diabetes center of room for your feet, room for your eyes, room for education. And the idea is to put that content out into the remote clinics, the remote hospitals, but then follow that up with an online session in Zoom where you now have a conversation and you have all these remote physicians and doctors uh, participating in how you can up the game of preventative medicine rather than managing the post issues. So I'm really excited by the impact we're having in the scale we can create. Yeah, so I'm in a very sweet spot.
You are. So if you
Mm,
document
mm,
what you're doing
mhm,
and perhaps add a few screenshots that are not gonna, break privacy, and then deliver that to Virgin and say, this is the type of environment we do. Let's talk. But whatever number you think of, customers, please close your ears. Whatever number you think of that you think you should do it for, put a 0 on the end. No, I'm not joking, honestly, because you are totally underestimating your
Oh yeah.
power and
Mm,
your product, and you're
mhm.
also because you're working for the health authority, you're not seeing things in commercial terms as much.
Correct.
When
Correct.
you go to a commercial corporate, they are
Mm,
thinking of what sort of impact is this going to make to my bottom line? I would put a 0 on all your costs, put a 0 on. And by the way, if after putting a 0 on your costs, you think, oh, that's quite reasonable, put another 0 on. All right. Because you want it to be to a point where you feel you're embarrassed asking for that much money. Because you can always go down, but it's jolly hard going up again. And there are so many people that did Zoom meetings and events and they just got bored and they stopped doing them and they stopped running them because, oh, I'm just not, all I've got to do is let people in the waiting room and then I highlight the presenter and that's my job done. But of course, you've taken the time to keep involved in the industry and you found all these new toys and things. It's kept you excited, it's kept you interested, but it's also
Sure.
keeping your customers interested as well, isn't it? Because they're
Absolutely.
getting more, I wonder what he's going to do this week.
Right. Exactly. There's the perfect answer right, that John said. What is Hazmat going to do this week is the right answer. And well, what I've got to say to that, just to add a little more, Hazmat, you've got another thought that I had that come to me too, since you're already in the medical field, is if they're using another company except for you, when they're doing their press releases of, oh, we just had this breakthrough technology in the medical field, that should be you. And that's your fault that it's not you, right? Because you've already got them as a contact. So you should be basically telling them anytime you want to do anything publicly, full stop, period, call me. Come here, come to my studio, do it here. I'll make sure that you look right.
Well, with a mobile company, the way it turned around is that they do webinars. So I said, okay, how do you measure your return on investment? So there may be 500 or 600 people online. How do you know who's actually present? And so from their point of view, it was a great show. We had green screen and we had the fun. But I said, this asynchronous method of having an event I'm not sure if that is value for money in terms of what they're spending on webinars. And that's when they came to look at my setup when I was actually running a medical event. So when they looked at the interaction and bi-directional conversation, they said this. They said, but this appears so immersive. Everybody's in the meeting, everybody's talking, and you're using these tools to put your MCQ questions, and you're able to broadcast that to the entire meeting. So I think that's those little things that suddenly lights went on, and said, okay, can we talk to you? So that's where I find myself right now.
And again, too, Hesma, the suggestion would be for me too is to actually, again, because you've done medical stuff, of course, be careful, but not a bad thing to actually have what I would call a highlight reel. Okay, about a minute, 2 minutes tops, nothing outrageously huge. I would keep it perfect sound, logos galore of you all over the place on it. Making sure that, you come in and it's your logo, then you're going into your highlight reel. And as you're coming out of it, for more information, right?
Gotcha.
As your closing type of scenario, having all of that into a highlight reel and any prospects that you have, that's a URL for them to go to YouTube.
Yep.
Right. And then that's again, in the DJ world, I'll go way back to my DJ world again. That's where a lot of DJs will actually do their little sample sets where they've, this is what I do for a wedding. So all of a sudden you get to see him introducing the bride and groom. You see this, that, you see the key moments that are sellable moments that most of your customers are looking for from you. All of a sudden you'll show, show the interactivity like you're just talking about. Have a snippet of that. Oh, we're going to be taking questions from everybody in the audience. Boom. Then all of a sudden you show that snippet in the highlight reel.
Got you.
et cetera, et cetera. You know, just taking your best of your best that you have now done that you can show, because again, it's medical. So you got to be careful to get clearance of
Sure,
certain things.
sure.
But
Yeah,
if
yeah,
it's generic enough that you should be able to spit that out well, then you should be able to make it yourself. Again, I would not do like 10 minutes, 15 minutes. No, 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 no,
No. Very short.
2 minutes,
1 minute. Yeah, yeah.
1 minute, 2 minutes tops, because you're teasing them, right? It's got to be teased. It's like,
It's like a show
oh,
reel.
look what
It's
I
like
can
a show
do.
reel. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yes.
It's a
Yeah.
show reel, basically.
Yeah. But again, more as this is what I've done for them. This is what I've done for Vodafone. This is what I've done. This is what I've done.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
again, the more flexibility you show in that, the better
Mm.
too. So from medical to, the mobile to
Yeah.
this, to that, to this, to that,
Got you.
they go, oh, okay, he's not just doing medical.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Exactly.
And then that all of a sudden gets you out there going, oh, he can do this for us. Oh, he can do this for, look what he did over here. And that wasn't medical. This was medical, but that was not medical. Right. So that'll get you out of the medical bubble and it gets you into the corporate bubble. Right. Because any press release is money on the table for you. Any type of, just thinking off the top of my head, type of events, press releases, especially if they have to be in multiple languages. I don't know what regular, in Africa, what would
Yeah,
you?
we do that. We do that. Yes.
Right. So that's important too. Again, if there's going to be like press conferences, that's another one where all of a sudden all your media will actually attend into a Zoom meeting, be able to ask questions to the panelists, and you could do that out of the studio. That's all doable. That's again easy money, because if you have that person come to your studio, you can do pretty much anything with the audience that's coming to.
Right.
The target audience at that particular point just becomes based on the topic that you're doing. So if it's a press release, then you might have journalists. So you just have to control the journalists. One question, one follow-up is what I keep hearing all the time here in Canada, where the journalists are allowed to ask one question and they're allowed to have one follow-up to that question. Type of scenario. All that stuff is, in my opinion, fairly easy money. Especially you could actually have them come in for a half an hour. It's a 15-minute presser, shall we call it? In and out, boom, you could actually do, if you really wanted to, in 8 hours, you could actually do 2 or 3 of these a day. In and out, of course, again, you'd have to manage the traffic appropriately, right? Yeah. But again, the possibility of the studio keeping busy is there. It just comes down to how complex what changes need to be done between each client, right? Because I've seen many of people that actually have set up in their studios themselves one section of it to be a podcast room, where they've just got a big long table with a couple of SF7Bs that are attached to the table, and they've got 2 chairs, if not 3 chairs, and then it becomes a 3-camera shoot where you've got, tight on each person and you got one wide. There's your 4 cameras there. Right? And there's a podcast studio. And that's an A10 Mini Pro with 3 to 4 cameras. Right? Yeah. And again, I don't know what medical, like I haven't seen your highlight reel, so I do want to see it. And you know what? To be honest, if you want us to test it out before you make it public too, that would actually be a good thing to drop into the Zoom Test Kitchen Discord. Yeah. It's like, guys, what do you think? Right? And we all give you our feedback of, I would add more of this, less of that, right? Make it a little longer, make it a little shorter.
Yeah. I think that being immersed in the community, both here in office hours, is quite inspirational because I think I'm naturally curious. So if I hear anything new, I want to go and learn it. I want to understand it, and that's what keeps me going. And my eldest son, he was down here from London for my birthday 2 weeks ago. He said, I think you should now retire. You should really slow down. I said, you must be crazy. I'm at the pinnacle of enjoying myself. I'm in such a sweet spot where I've got my medical training and technology kind of coming together. and I
Yeah.
can leverage one. I can leverage both to create some kind of impact. So, you know, HIV is a big problem in Africa. So, and you have to take a tablet every day to maintain your status. And now they've come up with a injection format called Lenacapavir, and you take 2 injections every 6 months. So
Okay.
now you don't, so that creates a much more effective compliance. So with our National Department of Health, we created 2 videos. One is for a counseling the patient, and the other one the clinician counseling the patient. And then we held the Zoom online event with all these peripheral counselors asking questions and having a discussion. And yeah, then it was useful to use graphics and lower thirds and cutting the show and bringing the slides.
There you go.
And in 1 hour, we kind of had probably 150 clinics, peripheral clinics, who are now suddenly educated on how to implement this new mode of therapy.
Hmm.
Now, it's events like that that keeps me going, uh, but now I have to think commercial.
Yep.
So,
And again, what you did there is not much different. You just got to say, I can do exactly this for a computer company, for a
exactly.
phone company,
Mhm.
for an AI company, for a
Yep.
software company. Again, the topic is not your concern, nor should necessarily be your focus per se. It's more of the other way around of as an AV provider for them, you should be thinking more of you know what you know. Don't tell me how to run AV equipment. And I'm not telling you how to do your medical stuff or your topic. I will make you look as good as possible telling your story to whatever medium you need me to do.
Well, I think the best, not compliment, but I think the value was when of one of the, in fact, the endocrinologist came in to do his lecture. He said, you know what? The best thing is I sit down here and I'm delivering my content and I don't have to worry about the tech. The tech just works. You know,
That's it.
so that to me, it's almost like a tagline, you know, communicate, connect, deliver your message. Let us worry about your tech. You know, something,
There you
some
go. Yeah, that's a good
catchy
sales
phrase
slogan
like
by all means.
that.
Again, depending on, if many people are not as tech savvy in Africa, and again, forgive me, I don't know that answer, but if they're not, and that's a big concern of them, by all means, exploit that big time and
Yeah,
going, yeah, if you're worried about the tech and you need something to get out there that's public, I
yeah,
got the tech. I know what I'm doing. Trust me.
yeah. No, look, the online thing is quite significant in South Africa, but it's very basic in a sense that most times people are using Teams for meetings, and almost everybody's cameras are off. So that's how they do that. And the other thing is if they're doing a commercial online event, then it's in a form of a webinar. And again, a webinar is great, but I think if you're embedding a learning aspect to what you're delivering your content for, then it's immersive, everybody in the same meeting, having a conversation, engaging each other. I found that very intriguing. So with the medical school, we're saying this is now almost bordering on blended learning. So we can create a video on demand course, let's say on diabetes,
Mhm.
but then those who are who who take these, they pay for these courses, these doctors, but then we follow that up with an online discussion on the content of the course, and that's proving extremely popular.
Yeah. And again, what you'll find too, Hesma, if you are more tech savvy than sales savvy, then guess what? Find someone that's more sales savvy.
Yeah.
They got you just have to complement each other, right?
Yeah.
And again, build it into the cost of, if that salesperson wants to do it on a commission basis, which will get them motivation to do it, then you give them X percentage of the bill, right?
I'm an extremely effective strategic sales guy naturally, because what I'm selling is the passion that comes across, which I've been doing to the medical fraternity for the last 5 years. Now I have to change my approach when I'm pitching it to a commercial corporate entity.
Right. Yeah, they are a little more. You'll find them a little more sticklers. Would be my official answer, and that not that they're necessarily nickel. They'll nickel and dime you. They won't. Again, it depends on your level. Like if you're going after mid to high, they won't nickel and dime you. But if you start going mid to low, like small businesses, and of course they're going to start nickeling and diming you. So again, now there are, in that regards, you could actually be in 3 different markets, right?
You can tier your market. Yeah.
Correct. Yes. So again, I don't know enough about the medical world to give you that if there's that type of scenario too, but again, you'll find, and this is a really big English word, transferable skills. There's so many transferable skills that you will see going, oh my God, was it this easy? Yeah, that's what it'll get down to, right? When you finally close that non-medical gig next, and you go, that was not that hard. I did the same thing, if not less work.
Exactly.
To get this gig compared to what I had to do to even get the medical gig.
Medical, yeah, exactly.
Right? Just because they might have a little more hoops to go through, where the corporate guys are going, oh yeah, that's a fair price. Here you go.
Well, this conversation really woke me up, but
yeah. And speaking of still woken up, I have to give you this comment before you disappear, because Robert Poland wanted to give you a comment. He says, Hasmuk, get yourself a good salesperson, commission based on a success fee if you don't have the skills required for commercial sales. And that's exactly what, I agree 100% with Robert. What I was saying is that at least it'll get you in a little more, right? And then you can learn off of each other from that commission salesperson, because you might want that commercial salesperson to now do more medical stuff when you're not available. And then you guys can now trade off, right? Because 2 salespeople getting the things done, the studio's not empty anymore.
Yeah, exactly. So before I retire, just say hello to Hashid.
Good evening. Nice to hear your stories there, and always a pleasure. Thanks for all the inspiration.
How are you doing? Good?
Doing well. Working on my own projects and learning the ins and outs of agenda and Zoom, as Mr. Baskins was learning.
Well, in this kitchen you learn something new every week, So,
I agree.
Yeah, it was fascinating. I mean, just that one little piece of agenda, that's great, and
Well, if I could inspire Mr. Baskins, I actually did the agenda right now, and it worked. So hopefully.
Cool. Good.
Yeah, and as usual, Hasmug. Yeah, and as usual, thank you as usual for the bars, audio
no problem.
bars.
Yep.
Yes,
no problem.
always thank you.
See you guys. Bye-bye.
Cheers, take care.
Take care, Hasmug. Hershey bars in the house.
Yes, indeed.
What up?
How are you?
Are you beyond? Are you beyond the show? Oh, Hasmug's getting lots of love from YouTube. That's awesome, YouTube.
Yeah,
keep that up
for sure. All the inspiration that Dr. Hasmug brings, and it's again testing out the little pieces. And I originally was born in Africa, so whenever I saw another name and him holding it down for South Africa, I was quite excited. So his stories are always a blessing to hear and help you figure out what can you do for your own self. I mean, I'm listening to Mr. John Drinkwater over there too, that you don't need any people, but having a community, which this is what this is I think quite important.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. And again, what John was meaning, to be fair to John too, is that Hasma has got so much knowledge now from the office hours community, from the Zoom Test Kitchen community, that now you should take that knowledge and go forth. Right?
It's a fault I have personally.
I share the same sentiments.
I would rather go and find another bit of tech that's fun than actually go and deliver something to a customer.
Right. And that's when, and John is starting to see that in Hasma, correct, John?
Yeah. It is so easy to do that, but you have to make money out of your knowledge. A great man, my father, once said that knowledge is not power. It's applied knowledge that's power. And I think sometimes we forget that. We think we are valuable because we know something clever. But if we don't share it with anybody, we might as well have not bothered to learn it.
Yeah, and that's very fair too. And that is something that, that's the main reasoning that I'm with John 3 times a week. And of course, here on the Zoom Test Kitchen, and going to be talking to Harshit about the show on Monday, coming soon, episode number 3. I'm giving back to the community as well because of the fact that, again, I do have the knowledge that I've gained over my 30 years of being in this industry, these industries, audio, video, lighting, and streaming.
Plural.
Important always to throw in the streaming there too, because everybody forgets that actually is an industry. And no, it's not Netflix. That's sorry. I had to be like David. No, it's not Netflix. Okay. Netflix
the first
is
time
not
you
streaming.
told me that, I thought you said screaming.
I know. I was screaming
industry.
that. I know. I was screaming that. That's not the series. Yes. Well, Netflix is screaming, to be fair. Okay. But they're not. But they are using streaming technology. Streaming media technology is the full words that they're actually using. And that is the streaming media industry. Netflix is not in their tagline. Yeah, we're streaming. They're using the technology. Yes, they're using the tech. And just like Zoom is using streaming tech too. And us seeing you on YouTube is also using streaming tech.
Yeah. Just know that the 2 streaming techs are different on YouTube and Zoom. So if you go Zoom Live, you cannot potentially connect a meeting that you've created on YouTube. We all learn the hard way, but we learn.
Yes, we did. Yes. And John and I learned that hard way this morning, as a matter of fact, my time this afternoon for John.
Wait a minute. Monday is
Wait a minute.
You're learning now. What happened, buddies?
Explain, John.
3 shows a week.
Oh, yeah, a year.
We have 3 shows a week, and we will have 4 shows. I will have 4 shows a week once I get my developer show going next week or the week after, probably the week after, because I've now got a code challenge for a certain person who's not here anymore. So, Mr. Paskin.
Paskin programs. Is this a button? Are we going back to the button again?
We're back to the button. We're back to real noise. Real noise. To that.
Yeah. And I think, Hershey, you're a lucky man. You don't need this button, do you, anymore?
These buttons, so many buttons. Which button should I choose? It's always a hard decision.
I know, but the specific button was that you always had to before Zoom fixed it. Original sound for musicians.
Original sound for musicians.
You have to have the original.
Well, I just don't have to click it anymore. The habit is still there. Don't get me wrong. I still want to go click on it and make sure it's on, but it stays on.
No. That's part of the checklist. Checklist. That's right.
Sometimes you do need optimized audio. You're correct. Because sometimes in
I have a question for you.
Yes.
If there's an app in the app window in Zoom Workplace, any app, can you screen read it? And is
Ah,
it easy to screen read?
Is it easy to screen read? So we're going to look at it at the Windows platform basis right now.
of
Mac
course, of
would
course.
run similar with VoiceOver, having its screen reader, but I do not own a Mac to give you identifiers there. But for example, if I hit F6, I could go hit OK while it says this meeting is being recorded. So that's in a
Yeah.
different part of the pane compared to view, unmute, turn on camera, turn
Okay.
off, all of those buttons
Right. So the Zoom apps
would be in its
for
own
workplace
pane.
are in their own pane. They're in their own browser window.
So you would have to know, a screen reader user would have to know to navigate by hitting F6 and hoping, fingers crossed, toes crossed, all that stuff, that you're able to actually go there. We tried this, for example, Mike and I tried this with Remote Control Assistant. It's actually an app, but you don't have to have remote control apps installed if you don't need it. And if a screen share is going on, you could ask for remote control that way. On the remote control app, it's actually an app I would have to install from the Zoom App Store. Thus,
Right.
I would have to navigate there, and I have not done that yet.
Now, how friendly is adding a marketplace app? Let me go this way, John, and go right to the basics for visually impaired people. How easy is it to add a marketplace app currently?
No, it's easy. It's easy. It's time consuming, which is why I can't do it in a week. I mean, when I had
Well, I
my
mean,
hands,
just any old app, right? Because we've talked
Yeah,
about
yeah, I'm just talking,
Tau and
John, I'm
HDR2
I'm going
graphics.
real busy.
the
John, I'm
official,
going,
I think the official line at the moment, I would have to check, but I think the official line at the moment is it would probably take 4 to 6 weeks to get an app published in the App Store for Zoom.
right,
But it
right.
but the answer to exactly how long it takes is not a simple answer, because it depends how complicated the app is. Now, I got a couple of apps into the App Store really quickly, but I also made sure that they were actually really limited in their scope. So there was nothing really for Zoom to check. So they could pass them through the system quite quickly because there was nothing really that security minded that would cause problems that they'd have to check on. If I was to write a simple app to get into the App Store, what I've been thinking about is to be able to put an app into the App Store that you then run on your workplace app, which would make it easier to get access to some of the information rather than having to go around all the menus, which I've seen you do before. So
Right. And
if you
John,
want to
just
list
to
the
let you know that you're,
participants,
yeah,
I'm on
John,
my big
just to let
camera
you
over
know,
here.
you're in black right now.
I'm in black. Oh, I want my
You
lovely
were
camera.
fine.
I
You
was
were
trying to get my
fine.
lovely camera back.
YouTube
You
might
see,
get mad if I start
if I
playing a
had one
song.
of those big Stream Deck buttons and I programmed it with all my A10 switches, I wouldn't have to lean over and miss the buttons.
There he is. There we
So I
go.
had to lean all the way over. I should get one of those big Stream Deck machines and program in the A10.
So, question
You-
for you,
you-
Mr. Stream Deck owner of the new owner of the Stream Deck: does it have scissor keys, or does it have the old mushy membrane-like buttons?
Yes,
I
this was
was
actually a
expecting-
question. Yes, John wanted to ask you this question
I wanted
all
you to
show.
fix this for me, because I can't tell. How can you tell between scissor keys? I mean, is this
Does
like
it
the
click
G spot?
when
You,
you
don't
press
know
it
until
on
you
the edge
found
of the
it.
key? Do you feel the key going in easily, or do you have to kind of hit it in the center of the key to ensure that you've hit that press? And there's only, last I recall, they only have a 15 scissor switch is the one with the scissor switches compared to.
Well, there was no There was no scissor switch option that I saw when I was ordering it.
Which, okay, so then they left it to the scissor switch version is the 15 key version only. But you like a lot of buttons, and
I
you
don't
want the
have
32XL Plus Pro.
Yeah, I don't think I have a scissor switch Stream Deck here, because all my Stream Decks came before the scissor switch was announced, and the XL Plus feels exactly the same as all the others. I can't honestly feel anything that would suggest it's different to the other switches.
And this is basically
So I don't think it's a scissor switch.
mushing the knobs version, the 32XL together.
Yeah,
And
I
plus-
actually
plus an 8.
And then just
Yeah.
adding another column on just for the sheer brutality of
Is
it,
that a
because
four
it's
piece
six.
or 4 piece, 6 piece? Okay. Six
Yeah,
It's a
buttons.
so-
six. It's a six knob rotary knob. It's
Yeah.
got. I'm not sure exactly how many there are now. It looks like there's probably
Because
six of
I
the
could have sworn they did this
haptic ones.
before, and that's why I'm
Yeah.
wondering, is this like a different because it's
Yeah, so-
called the XL Plus or the 32 Plus XL?
No, yeah. Let me go through the briefly.
It's
I'll
9
do,
by 4 buttons. 9
Yeah.
by 4 buttons.
yeah. So I'll do the visual for you, Hershey. Okay. So basically, on the top is 36 buttons. So 36 Stream Deck buttons. Okay. Underneath that is the touch area. So similar to the Stream Deck Plus model that you're talking about, which has been out for a little bit, that has the 4 dials. This one has, so it's in the same format as the Stream Deck Plus, where it only had like 8 buttons on the top. That 8 buttons is now ballooned to 32.
Plus XL.
No.
Plus
That's
the
name.
4 plus, yeah, right. So that's where your Stream Deck Plus XL extra. So it's using the
It's
XL from,
it's 9 by 4. It's 9 by 4 buttons at the top.
If you wouldn't mind there, Mike, could you pull up the 15 switch one and see what namesake they come up with for that, please? sir?
the 15 button, they classify that as the classic model. Now, John and I both have the original of the 15 button. So basically when Stream Deck came out, we have the original. We don't actually have the one. So we actually have the one that had the capability of it being slanted at 3 different angles in the actual stand, where the newest model is a fixed stand, which is similar to the 8+4 dial plus 4 touchscreen, the Stream Deck Plus. That one's a fixed angle, as well as this brand new behemoth, as we're starting to call it, which is they blew up from 8 on the physical top to 36 on the physical top. Underneath that is your touch screen. That used to be a 4-area touch screen that has now gone to 6 areas. And underneath those 6 touch areas physically are 6 dials that you can turn and push and have different
Encoder buttons,
activity.
Kind of
Yeah. Yeah. So basically each touch area will also, as you're using the dial, the touch area itself will have information related to that dial. So if you wanted to increase volume, it would say volume is increasing from 25, 58%, 75, all the way up. If you're using, again, the Stream Deck software, their software. And of course, John is going to use the behemoth with BitFocus Companion. So,
But do note that it's different from buttons, which is a subscription.
right. And again, yes. So yes, correct. Which is yes. So we were talking about that earlier on John and my show, where we were talking about buttons and how buttons was more orientated to the one you rack mount Stream Deck. Right now, again, you could use buttons for any Stream Deck, including the new behemoth, but buttons is more of a paid piece of software, where BitFocus Companion is still officially classified as open source.
So what the bottom line is we're still lost with the namesakes. It's the classic with the 15, but one has scissor switches and one does not.
Correct. Yeah, and that's why John was asking if he should,
I saw
did
it
they
in full
default
common
now
person, but yeah, when I saw it and I felt that both of the devices, I felt the 32, the XL Plus, or excuse me,
Yeah,
the
32
regular
X,
XL,
the regular
32
XL. Yeah,
right,
Mhm.
the regular XL is what I felt, and the old classic, and then the 15, because the old was like an 8-piece. It had a smaller version.
there.
of it.
John has the mini. That's 6 buttons. John, right?
6 buttons. Okay, there you go.
Yeah,
That's
the
6
smallest one is 6 buttons.
Yes, believe it or not, John is officially going to take out stocks, because I officially believe he at least has one of each at this particular point.
You're
John,
missing
am I
the
wrong?
scissor one, I think, my friend.
I know multiple 15s. I know he's got the multiple 15s. He's looking, Rashid. I'm just giving you visuals here. He's still looking. He's doing inventory check.
Is he pulling
Yeah,
like a Dino from the Flintstones? You know, like throwing stuff in the back.
Yeah. Not yet. He's-
I've even got, and I've fortunately for their sake, I've forgotten the name. I've even got that copy from the other company that tried doing the Stream
XTs?
Deck Plus.
Are we talking about
But of course,
XTs or
no, somebody else. But their software was never developed to the degree that Elgato have developed their software, and so it was never good. But it did have a haptic on the it had the haptic on the glass bit, and it had the buttons, so it was quite good. But they just didn't, I don't know, they just didn't develop anymore. But yes, I think I have pretty much, except for the scissor switch version, I think I pretty much have every single size.
Yeah, because again, the jury was still out. And he was going, Mike, is it a scissor switch? I'm going, I have no idea. I have no idea. And then he remembered the conversation with you from last week, going, oh, I gotta ask Rashid as soon as he comes. As soon as he comes on Zoom test, I gotta ask.
But
So there you go.
I have to say that it is big. But when I was floundering around using a Stream Deck Plus and a Stream Deck XL, and they look really small compared to this new one, but I mean it just takes up less room on the desk. It's got more buttons. It's got one more column of buttons than a Stream Deck Plus. It's got 6 instead of 4 twiddly knobs. So there really is that. I mean, it really does have a place for power users who need access to that much information. And I think one thing we probably forget about the Stream Deck when I look at it now is that the one thing that Hershey can't appreciate is we have little pictures on there, so we can get visual feedback, visual cues from those buttons. So it is useful if you've got a big setup to have a whole set of buttons with some visual feedback cues, even if it's just changing the colors.
would you need it at an angle or would it be okay flat?
I think you needed it. I think you want it at an angle so it's flat to you. I think flat on a desk, you're going to start to lose the ability. But again, it depends on what your usage. I like the little ones, the 6 button and the 15 button, when I want to do controls where I don't want to worry about looking down. I want to be able to keep my eyes on the audience, and I want to be able to just reach down to where the unit is, and I can turn my camera off because I know exactly where the button is, because it's a small controller and I can quickly find those buttons. And the nice thing about a small controller, as we said on the show we did earlier, everybody else has been plugging their shows, why not we, is that you can hide the small button ones. So if you've got a lectern or you're going to stand up somewhere, you can keep the small button one. And I've seen somebody put it in a little pouch, on like a little holster pouch on their pocket. So all they need to do is just reach down to their pocket and they've got the buttons there and they can then activate things. And because they're only sort of waist up on the camera, no one notices that they've got a controller there and they can make changes. And
Sure.
and using that, and the although it was knocked by a few people, the pedal control to be able to move things around and make things happen on your screen without you physically using your hands is really, again, it's like we were talking about a little bit earlier. It's the excitement, it's the anticipation, it's the, oh wow, how did he do that type effect of bringing something on and off the screen without being seen to have controlled anything, and without having to hire somebody to sit in the background just to hit a button now and again. That is a really big change. And therefore, although these control units are, well, when you get some number, the number that I have, get to be quite expensive, if that means I don't have to have another employee here sitting doing all the controls for me, then that's a saving. And not only do I not have to pay somebody for doing the controls for me, it means I can do all these stupid evening events for the States, which means it's early hours of the morning for me. And I don't have to pay somebody time and a half plus time and a half plus time and a half plus a bribe to get them to turn up at 1 a.m. in the morning to run a meeting for me. Hershey,
Right.
you need a laughing emoji. You definitely need a laughing emoji.
But yeah, Hershey, I was even thinking of you too in regards of you're contemplating getting a Stream Deck. And again, it really depends on how many buttons you really need would be my answer to that too. Because
Right,
again,
and
the foot
in
because
our
again
chat,
the foot unit could be enough for you too. Because that is
I
officially the
hear
foot unit is 3,
I
right?
hear it breaks often with the foot unit.
No, Johnny, over to you.
I've heard a lot of people's failures with the foot unit.
Yeah, yeah. And what are they? Are they footballers? Are they rock guitarists? I mean,
Who
why are they breaking
knows?
these things?
Well, I mean, but point is I already have a mute switch, and one switch on the floor is good enough for me for
Yeah.
doing what I need to mute
Well,
myself.
let's
But
not forget there are other. If you find that one doesn't work, and I'm quite happy with it, so I don't know why everybody else is having trouble. I'll probably break it next now. But there are other alternative foot units, and actually, if you are technically available, I know that's not a phrase, but I've just made it up. Any MIDI controller device
see, that's the other
can
argument
come
here
to
is I was
the
going to bring in.
ecosystem.
You brought it in already, but this is the argument between something like a Stream Deck is really useful. I'm not saying it isn't, but then there's MIDI controllers, even expensive controller surfaces like from SSL that have weight on the keys. So someone
Yeah,
like myself with MS on as well, pushing something and knowing you're actually pushing it is actually good feedback to the hand.
yeah.
So MIDI control Kai, who else?
Yep.
There's a couple brands that make a Korg MIDI,
Yep.
Korg, Akai, and I would say SSL, and then Presonus.
Sure.
Like I'm looking at a
Yep.
Presonus box, it's like $180. But again, if it allows me to get a couple faders or do a couple fancy things and make it work with Zoom, I think I'm all game. For me specifically, why do I need one or why do I not need one? Well, Stream Deck, let's say 15 scissor switch, which I've put the link in the chat. Hopefully that's the correct one. It would at least let me trigger things or do spotlights once there's 3 people in the meeting. Zoom, can we just have that as a feature without having 3 people? I mean, just saying.
No.
But I'll carry on. There's other features as such, or even bringing in audio, video, or shares and hitting quick buttons to bring that up. But if no one else is hearing it and I get to hear if I hit those buttons in my ear with a screen reader, then it's powerful. But if I don't know with those buttons and if I hit the button and this is crossed my fingers and I forgot what
But you can have multi-action.
But if you forget what you set it up as.
Yes, but you can have multi-action.
True.
So
But
you could add an action in on your button press, which gives you an audio cue that you
But the
just
thing
press the
is
button
like
you
I
think you
wanted
press.
Coca-Cola, not Fanta, right? So if I was pushing the button for Coca-Cola and Fanta
Yes.
came out, how would I really know from hearing it? Is what I'm kind of considering. Is I'm considering to push Coca-Cola button, not Fanta button.
Right. So you want an audio cue that says Coke back at you.
Right. So I mean, not knowing, not trying, not dived into the system. I don't know the behaviors that I'm expecting from it. I know that Stream Deck software-wise on Windows has been inaccessible for quite some time. However, last year at Infocom, they mentioned that they were going to be working on accessibility upgrades, and especially for the Mac users. I don't know as much on the Windows side because, again, time is precious, and I'm in a lot of shows for myself, so I haven't really dove into.
Well, there's
Craziness.
lots of MIDI pedals because I've just Google
Sure.
searched them and I just got a horrendous list back.
Yes.
So there's
Yes.
lots of MIDI
Boss
pedals.
and this and that and
Yeah.
Everything you can think of and more, including expression pedals, MIDI expression pedals, if you wanted to do a sort of a rotary dial version. So you could easily do those. What I was trying to say is you could press a button and the button could do the action, but then it could play an audio into your ear, confirming what's just happened.
Yeah. So again, an example would be now again, this is not using Stream Deck software anymore, Hershey. This would be more my example coming from BitFocus Companion. Okay. So right now, as an example, I have on my ATEM, I have my key is off. But in my button right now that I'm looking down at that on my Stream Deck, I have my key button there on, but it's red. So I purposely said, if it's off, be red, and when it's on, be green.
Yeah. Makes
Right.
sense.
So in that theory, with that alert, in theory, you could actually have it do an audio, right? Key on, key off, right? But again, it might not be built into the companion itself, but the companion is smart enough to be going, okay, if I did this, then do this next, which could be easily enough to say, in my case, ATEM, okay, you want to enable the key. When I hit the button, enable the key and tell me audibly through my speakers, tell me in audio, key is enabled.
Right. It's the state of the element essentially with screen readers. So for any
Right.
developers out there, anybody else that don't make this complicated more than it is. It's just information that gets passed through that we're trying to invoke via the screen reader. So, for example, I'm looking at my SSL2 interface that I have here, the first gen. I could tell there's a red light there, but the red light is from my 4K button on my first channel, or my second channel, excuse me. So, not to say that the lights aren't helpful or buttons can't be helpful. Like I could have it be glaring white and then glaring yellow, for example, or a dark red. That means okay, it's off state perhaps, and then a glaring green or yellow. It's bright enough to at least let some kind of element of hey, it's in this on position. But tactily is how I function better. So you're looking at your audience, as Ray Franklin would say, and you're not fumbling with buttons or other things looking downwards per se.
Right. Right. And again, as I'm working with you more and more on the Blind and Beyond show every Monday, check us out. As we do that, I'm learning more and more about, people that have different variations of vision that Hershey is actually bringing on the show, along with his co-host Dave. So when it comes to the visuals of, again, Hershey is not fully, as I call it, 100% without vision.
Yeah, low vision, low partial, whatever you feel like the words fit right for you.
Right. So again, as he gave you a bit of a visual cue that he saw that there's red on the SSL unit, so he could see that on a stream deck. But again, you may not be able to read the word that says key on, but yet you'd be able to see, the color of the button on the stream deck. So this is where, I've talked to you as well for the visually impaired. It would be more beneficial for you guys not necessarily to use the stream deck versions, because this is where the visually, us having, 90-ish% of good vision, are enjoying the stream deck versus other products, because of the fact that what we've had to do up to this point until the stream deck came around is actually put labels on each button. So an example would be, for many of those in the audience that have been around for as long as I have, going back to the early days of vMix, it was suggested that we either use an APC Mini, which is what Hershey brought up, or X keys models. And X keys, more specifically, their popular one, which is X key, believe it or not, is a 24 key. There we go. I was just counting the keys on my X keys. There we go. Sorry about that. So yeah, so my X keys 24 that I've got in front of me. So I actually have a stream deck in front of me and an X keys 24. But with the X keys 24, and both of them, believe it or not, will work with BitFocus Companion and don't conflict with each other. So that's very important. So,
well, Mike, if I could step back just a moment with all of these things.
Yeah.
Elgato, you're not doing bad, but you could do better. And any company for that matter, right? It's Corsair, of course, as a parent company now. But the point is how these applications talk to each other. Again, Macs already have voiceover built in. If you sometimes get the controller, you push the wrong buttons, your TV starts talking to you and all of that, that's a screen reader. That's actually a accessibility feature. There's no hacking going on. However, it's the fact of these tools. If it is, let's say, Stream Deck natively, I would love to help them, right? To say, okay, well, I like your other switches. Don't get me wrong with the new XL Plus with the knobs and extra 36 buttons. However, having MS and such, you're also fighting with, did I really hit the button? Not the blindness. The blindness is a secondary piece, but oh snap, did I hit that button? There's no visual, right? There's only a tactile feel. So something like alternative products, as we brought up to the table, like X keys, if it's just a key, ZSA.io made a keyboard called a Moonlander. Well, I remember reading in TechDirt that it could become sort of a Stream Deck, and you could program it with multitude of automations. And that's all simply this language of all of these buttons, I think, is automations to say to a Windows machine, to say to a Mac machine, to say to any technology for that matter, that how does one communicate with the other. So how to fix the problem, like for example, you mentioned X keys. If it is bit focus, then bit focus is where does the brain of the software is working.
Right.
If it's the Stream Deck software, then we need to maybe just have a conversation to say, how can I help you make it better? So someone plugs it in, they're not struggling. Maybe it doesn't give you full potential, but it gives somebody ample amount of potential rather than wasting or feeling like they wasted $150 on a 15 switch scissor or classic.
Right. So here's my easiest way to give you, and this is a good lead up, and this is going to teach the audience if you didn't realize this or not. When it comes to the Stream Deck software made by Elgato, they are assuming you are controlling only software or keystrokes within that PC, Mac, etc. Where BitFocus Companion goes, it goes, okay, what is on the network that I can control that already has commands that I can control already from a PC or a laptop to that unit that I can now bring into BitFocus Companion itself and go, okay, I want it to be on a button. I don't necessarily want it to be on an iPad. Now, people watching us on Zoom Test Kitchen go, but Mike, I can run Companion. I don't need a Stream Deck, and I can actually run Companion on an iPad. Yes, you can, in emulation mode, right? So you don't necessarily
Can you run
need
Stream Deck software on iPad as well? Because we're talking about two different softwares there, right? So you could run BitFocus Companion and Stream Deck, or no?
No, as far as I know, the Stream Deck, the Elgato Stream Deck software, as far as I know, you cannot run an iPad. I would need somebody with better Mac
I
info
thought that
on that.
used to be, but I could be wrong. I don't have
Yeah.
one to test.
Johnny, can you help me on that one on when it comes to Mac? I don't know if you have an iPad or not, but I don't think you can actually run Companion, probably Companion
Companion has
satellite.
Stream
You could
Deck,
probably
no,
run
is what
on
we're-
an
Stream Deck
iPad.
software, no, right? Is what we're saying.
Oh, sorry. Yes, we're talking about Stream Deck software. Sorry. Yes. So the Elgato Stream Deck software in itself, I don't know enough about it because to be honest, I abandoned it fairly quickly, especially when Companion and Stream Deck software did not want to play nice with each other. And I've never gone back to it because everything else that I've needed has always been in Companion. So the only real thing I'm missing that I would like is the Zoom implementation that Andy is now giving them. But again, I've also used a different mechanism within BitFocus Companion to get around a lot of the capabilities that are in that as well.
Well, what was interesting, Mike, at Infocom, there was a company called Rockware, and I think it's called a Biome product, but they had similar when all the little plugins started coming about with different products.
Right.
What found it really fascinating or interesting from my use case, one button your screen share is on, and it was clean, clear 1080p. Even my blind eyes could see that it was clean. Like the imagery was really solid looking. Because sometimes when you're looking at a screen even up close, you might start seeing little tears or breakups of, it could be network issues for sure. But having that quick screen share, Um, especially for me using a screen reader because I have to hit Alt S. Matter of fact, I was in a meeting last night and I'm actually the blind guy that's sharing how to do this, but it's knowing the keystrokes, right? Alt S is a global keystroke to do screen share.
Correct.
Then you're
Correct.
trying to do, let me share my PayPal screen so you guys could see what I'm talking, whatever screen it is. And
Right.
to do a specific window or your entire screen, having quick buttons to fly those things off, like, okay, I know once I'm in this setup that I could fly off the entire screen or I could fly off just audio. Like I made a video last night and I screwed up the audio. I forgot to share it through Zoom. So I hear the music in my ears perfectly fine. I was partying, but my video is pretty crappy in the intro that you don't hear me talk or anything. But I left it in as a mistake because, again, I want other people to learn from it, that it's not that I screwed up personally. Yes, I did by not clicking share music or clicking share specifically. But having those controls even more easier with something like a Stream Deck or X keys or whatever.
So just list them. Just
True.
get a list of the things that you like to do on a regular basis,
Yes, indeed.
and
I'm working on a list. I'm
just work
eagerly
on a
working on
list.
it.
Don't
Yes.
don't keep working on a list. Just give me the list as you got it so far of the common things that you'd like to be able to do under one keystroke,
Yeah.
and we'll get Dave Paskin to program it for you.
I think that'll be beautiful. I think he's a beautiful programmer, don't you think?
Yeah. Paskin
Yeah.
Programs is a great show.
Yeah.
That might be Wednesdays. David, it might be available on Wednesday. I'm just kidding. But no. So what I'm doing. So yeah. So yes, on John's front, yes, John can actually make that in the development world. So what I'm doing right now, based on your global shortcut that you're talking about, is I'm actually using the BitFocus listener software that allows me to listen for keystrokes on my computer. So, and also
And
not
then once
only
I'm done, I could
listen
go
for
and edit.
kiss. Oh, hold on. Not only does it not only does it listen for keystrokes, but it also can send keystrokes. So how I'm muting myself as an example. Hershey, what is that global shortcut?
Alt
I don't
A.
know. Right.
Alt A for Windows, Option A, whatever Alt key is for Alt.
Right. So now I've got BitFocus listener sitting on my PC, and in my BitFocus companion configuration for my mute button, I've said Alt A. So if I hit the Alt A, if I hit that button, it sends an Alt A to the computer, whatever the global shortcut is on that computer for Alt A. And magic of television, Zoom is unmuting my mic.
What are differences between what macros are? Mr. Drinkwater, maybe you might have some insight here.
Macros.
Some keyboards, like the Corsair K70 that's in front of me, have macros built in as well. Again, not accessible to me specifically. I looked it up, I hit a button or two and just was annoying, so I walked away from it. But there are macros, supposedly, in certain keyboards or things you could do to set off things. Keychron being one of them, I think.
Yep. Yeah. And there's software that you can install on your computer, which when it picks up a keystroke will start a macro. And macros are effectively in the Stream Deck because they're called multi-action. So you can get things to multiple happen.
Right. So the other piece of software that when you started talking about that, Hershey, is a piece of software called Auto Hotkey. And that's built for Windows. And it's free. But what that will do is so you can actually map a key to, so an example that I do is that common things I will do is that I actually have certain keystrokes that will put in my company name if I'm filling out a form. Instead of me sitting there and typing in, Crosstracks Distribution Inc. I've actually made that a hotkey of doing, Control Alt F9. Well, Auto Hotkey knows that if I hit Control Alt F9, it will actually, whatever I have in front of me, it'll start typing that for me. Right. So that's the easy way of doing that. Now, that has got nothing to do with Zoom at this particular point, and that's got nothing to do with production. That's just me in my day-to-day work using the auto hotkey. But there's nothing saying that you couldn't map. Again, you're mapping keys to keys though, right? So you could, in theory, as long as the function keys are being used for something else, because that's where you have to run in the danger there too. You could actually, let's say, do a control F1 and say that's not mapped to any software that you're running. That could actually be your audio on and off through auto hotkey, because it will send that key out to the software. As long as Zoom is in your primary window, it'll send that to them. But
If
with
anybody
Companion,
else-
it doesn't necessarily need that because it's using the global shortcut then.
If anybody else wants to try a screen reader of any sort, again, Mac already has VoiceOver built in. Do not recall the keystrokes there, but for Windows, Control, Windows, Enter, or if you type in narrator in your search bar, is already a screen reader built in from Windows. You would get similar outcomes, but JAWS, Job Access with Speech, JAWS, is one screen reader, and then there is another free one called NVDA, Non-Visual Desktop Access. Again, all of these are for Windows that I mentioned, JAWS, NVDA, and Narrator, and then VoiceOver to be for Mac computers. One thing I was thinking is, let's imagine something like X Keys or Stream Deck. If you press it once, I wouldn't mind hearing an announcement. So I push it once, mute. I push it twice, it takes the function of what that button is. That's at least one way of I could consider. So you push down once, you're hearing what the keys are. So you're not having accidental, oops, I pushed the wrong button. You're at least able to hear all those buttons that are on the unit that you've programmed or on that page. As we've learned, Mr. Peter Sargent has a lot of pages. So I'm on page 85. I need to figure out what's on page 85. I could just start smashing buttons. I'm getting feedback by a screen reader, audio, whatever it is, whatever cue gets sent. And then when I really want to hit that button, just double press it.
John, you'd have to double check. I've never done any double pressing, but I've done a long press. So if I push it.
Sorry, I couldn't hear a word of that because I was trying to use a screen reader and it was shouting in my ears.
Somebody gave him
control,
and I saw him writing it down, by the way, her sheet. Somebody was writing down JAWS. He wrote down JAWS and he wrote.
No, yeah, I just did Command F5 because I'm on a Mac.
There you go.
VoiceOver. Is it Command F5 is VoiceOver, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So what I'm trying to understand is the really simple thing is how do I know that I've got, well, I know I've got there because it will tell me I've got there. So if I do Control F5, I'm going to get shouting in my head again.
Yes.
He's shaking now because it's shouting in his ears.
So it says voice.
Think about it this way. Think about a
mouse.
Oh
my God.
Think about a mouse.
No.
A mouse pointer points at stuff. It does not select.
Shut up. VoiceOver what's it thing for a second.
Command F5.
Yeah, I know what Chrome has. Yes. Shut up. Help.
Oh, well, again, see, I've been working with Rashid a bit, so I already know that the screen reader will tell you every single little, as you move the mouse millimeters.
Control key will make it shush. At least if you hit the control key, it might make it shush. Hopefully.
It shushed because I smacked
temporarily, by the way.
Right. So this is my simple question for a simple person like me to ask you. When I turn this screen reader on, it starts shouting at me of where I am. So I can't use, I don't know what it is I use now because I'm looking down, I'm thinking I use it without thinking. So I must use in the Mac, I must use Command Tab or something to get between apps. But I don't want to get between apps. I want to get between the app windows within Zoom.
Okay, so if you were to try this, Command. Okay, so Alt is. Give me the keys again. There's Control there. There's Command.
Control option and Control option and Command. Just tell me what one, and I'll try the alternatives. Don't worry.
Go ahead and bring up the Zoom screen or click on the Zoom screen with your mouse.
And the Zoom screen is active at the moment.
Is
Yeah,
active.
it won't because I've turned it off. But yeah, the zoom screen is active, but I want to get to a sub zoom screen. So how do I
So
zoom around?
imagine if you were to hit F6, what happens? Anything interesting happens to take your focus or cursor or read?
No,
He's
And
looking.
nothing's happened. Shall I
if
try?
not,
I'll try
try
control and
tab.
no.
Try tab actually, just hitting tab.
Ooh.
And what does it read to you?
So I went to the menu at the top,
Yes, sir.
but I didn't go anywhere else. So it didn't continue
So
going to any of
tab
the
again.
windows.
Try to just keep consistently hitting tab to see if you're hearing any feedback.
I'm stuck. I'm stuck on the YouTube pull down on the
Try shift tab.
on the main window. Okay.
And
Nothing's
if
happening
shift
with
tab
shift
doesn't
tab.
work, try escape key first because you mentioned you were stuck on a pull down.
Okay.
And then try tabbing or shift tabbing.
Zoom, you've made this really hard. You know that? Do you realize how hard this is?
Yeah, yeah.
It's all
That's what
about
Hershey has
keystrokes, my
actually been
friend.
saying to us
I'm not
offline
going
about this.
anywhere.
Well,
I'm not going anywhere.
I'll give you an example. Let me.
Oh,
So what has
happened
happened with 6.7.5, as you're having some struggles there, Mr. Drinkwater, is
there? I
that
am indeed.
every time I land on a button now, you'll hear insert F1 help. Every element is doing that. I even tried changing my name earlier, and if you don't type quick enough, your name change screen goes away. So that's
Oh my
another
God.
bug that I found along the way. But yeah, a lot of elements are broken. And if you want to hear what insert F1 and all of this stuff would rack it, I could bring in the audio if you'd like.
No, it's okay. I've got lots
You
of
already have
audio in
racket in
my
your
ear
ears.
already.
Yeah.
No, I just turned it off a second, but yeah. So the issue is really simple for me. Is how do I get between the different elements that control Zoom?
Which I apologize, I don't know the answer for that on a Mac.
No.
I don't have the ability to test one.
So
But on
all
a
I can do
Windows
is Command
machine,
Tab. Yeah, carry
on a
on.
Windows machine, you would hit F6 to go between the different panes. If panes register
Yeah, I
with
know what you
what
mean.
I'm saying. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Because you have
Pains
the
is the right
pane,
word.
you have the
The
pane
pain
that
is they don't do it.
says view. You have mute, unmute. You have turn on video, turn on or video options, I guess, or whatever it says there, until you have leave meeting, and that's one little pane. That if I'm on that pane, I will. If I don't, let's say for example, if I don't pin live, and live has the YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch to go live on Zoom, I will not see it. So you have to go to more, drop down more. Then you may hopefully see it once your account is set as a host. Learn this the hard way. You'll see that pane
True
to be
that.
pinned.
Ah,
And when you see it pinned, again, what I'm doing for my own sanity is I'm using global shortcut keys. So for Windows, again, Alt, Control, and Shift held together from any screen that you're on Windows, any other, if you're in Word or Facebook, messaging your girl, whatever, you hit those three keys, you'll get pinned back to Zoom. And then I know I could hit Tab or, for example, Alt U brings
hold on.
participants.
I have some good news.
Carry on.
I actually know how to do it. And I got some scary news. Google actually helped me.
You
So
could have used that, but carry on.
I know it's really, you don't expect it to work, but okay. So if this is on the Mac, if I hold down the Command key and then I press the Grav key, which is the one to the left of the Z or the Z, depending where you come from, that sends me from one window to the next within Zoom. Once Zoom is highlighted, that takes me between. So I'm now going to do the
Grav
scary
key,
thing.
So that's on a Mac keyboard.
Yeah, on the Mac keyboard, it's the one to the left of the Z. You know,
Okay. Okay. Because on
like
Windows key, the Grav is on the next to number one.
Yeah, it's in a completely different place and probably does a different thing. But on the Mac key, it's the command and the one to the left of the Z, which is the Grav key, and it has the tilde. It has that funny tilde on there as well. That key, but that is definitely flipping me between windows. So if I do, what was to turn the voice on? F6 on its own, or
Alt A, excuse me. So
Oh, that's to
Command.
mute and unmute, Hershey.
Okay,
Oh,
yeah,
John, you want what? You want the voice
I want to
commands
turn
again?
on the screen reader again.
Command 5 or F5 or command something to deal with 5.
Yes, I know what VoiceOver does. Yes, I know what you do, VoiceOver. Just shut up and
Hit
do what.
control. If
Zoom
you
meeting.
control, there you go.
Yeah. Zoom meeting. Move focus next window. Participants. Move
How
window.
a developer gets frustrated with the screen reader. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Zoom Test Kitchen.
Hold on. Let me just shut him up so I can talk to you. Okay. So I've
Would it
achieved what I
help
wanted
if
to
the
achieve.
voice is in British dialect, perhaps?
No, I like it sound like a robot because I can be more rude to it without feeling guilty.
Okay, carry on.
So I can activate the mic. Stop laughing. It's not that funny. Well, it is actually.
Totally is.
It's hilarious.
Totally is.
So what can I do? Okay, so what I can do is I now know how to turn on the voice in my head, and I now with the command tilde, I know how I can move between windows. So when you eventually bounce through all the windows that you have, because you might have participants
Then
in
you
chat
go
and wherever,
tabbing around after you
Yeah.
command tilde.
eventually you will end up in the app window, and it will then screen read the HTML off that app.
Think
So
elements.
if you
It'll read each element of whatever verbiage icon it sees. It's reading that element back to you.
Yeah. But if that was just a heading that just said status, and then it just read status, if I then refreshed that page to put more information on that page, how would the screen reader know or that the page's content has changed, or would it need to be kicked in some way?
That is a difficult Zoom thing that I don't know if Zoom itself refreshes itself with the screen visually, and if I just have to go back over with the screen reader. So think about driving a car, you drove past the exit sign or something, you have to go backwards to go see if you passed the exit sign. So
Yeah.
going passing the element again with the screen reader going to that focus item, you would go back to that focus item to see if something is different.
Okay. I think I know enough that I could write an app that can now do things for you. So now I know how we can turn on the screen reader so I can hear it, so I can experience it myself. And I now know how
you
we
have
can tab
a
around.
fantastic way to learn for the Mac, especially. Again, I haven't dibbled into the Mac world yet. I want to, but you have a lot of Mac users, and especially in the production world, a lot of Mac users that are blind in the production world. So you would be solving a lot of issues.
Okay. Well, this is mad to do this, but I'm going to assume that if we can get the principle working in the Mac world, then as long as we know the controls to get to the same place in the Windows world,
the keystrokes to this
Yeah.
Windows side. Yes,
we may have a solution. Because as I see it, and please correct me where I'm wrong, but as I see it, that obviously you can't see what's going on, blinding obvious, pun intended. But if I can change what information is put into that app window,
Okay,
then I
let's
can tell you
imagine
what's
this.
happening within Zoom. So for
Listen-
instance,
Uh-huh.
if somebody decides to screen share, there is
I
a
could-
control in the app SDK.
I already hear when you say so. I was spotlighted twice, for example.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
heard twice that I was spotlit, right? So when I do like if you were to do a screen share, it would say, okay, John Drinkwater has started screen share. It is fit your screen or whatever rambling it says.
Okay. So what things happen in Zoom that you wouldn't know happened in Zoom unless somebody told you?
Expound on that.
Well, for instance, supposing you hit a key on your Stream Deck and the screen reader then said, "You're currently microphone off, your camera is on."
You just unmuted and muted myself, and that's all I would know as far as the state of what just happened there when I pushed that button.
Okay.
And you, as a participant, would see in a participant list, "Hey Hershey, you're Zoom muted." Because
okay.
I've
Somebody
hard
had
muted
put their
myself.
hand up.
I would hear a pop sound.
Right. Would you know the name of the person who held their hand up?
No,
Okay, but I could
until I
and that,
focus up there and go drive the
right.
car. Remember the car, driving the car theory. So I would
Yep.
have to go drive the screen reader past that to process it, to say, okay, I see a bunch of hand raises. Okay, Mike, I see your hand up. Okay, John, I see yours. Pete, blah blah blah. Miss Lois, whoever's in here, you see
Right.
people's hands raised.
Okay.
But give you example. We figured out, okay, option command tilde. It's not tilde. What is it called? Graph. Command graph takes you amongst the screen panes, and let's imagine you're in the screen pane with your app. I've figured out to launch the app, or I've launched the app, start, or whatever function happens. If I'm in the app, imagine the app window has participants. When I hear participants, all I have to do is spacebar on it. I get a list of participants. How that looks could look different, because I could hear it by emails, as I've noted before, or not emails, or by username, or by whatever. But what would be more important is within a pane like that, if I don't have to come out of that pane anymore, and I could pretty much control everything within that pane once I've already command groved myself into that window. That
Okay.
would be
That's
useful.
that's what I'm thinking. You see, what
That
I'm
would be
thinking
useful
is
to stay there. Don't
yes,
then not to come
exactly.
out of that circle of, because yes, there's other keystrokes. For example, Alt U is the, I don't know the equivalent, but Command U or whatever the key is to open a participant list. So when I hit Alt U, I now could go up and down arrow and then say, okay, I'm going to click on Mike, click on more, and then I could say add spotlight.
So
that
what I'm hearing, and Mike, I'd love to hear what your views on this. What I'm hearing is that you can get to all the places, but let's be honest, you've got to do all these little funny little menus. And I saw you doing that when we were at a call before. And you're having to jump to a window, and then you've got to interrogate the window, and you've got to work your way through the window to find the box you want. And that sounds to me like
interrogation is a perfect word. You always got to interrogate with the screen reader to know what state things are in.
Yeah.
Right. And on top of that too, John, what I'm seeing again with Hershey during the Blind and Beyond show 2 weeks now, and going to our third week next week on Mondays, 7:00 Eastern. Slip that plug in there. But yes, so basically the scenario that I've seen from them is that yes, they spend a lot of time searching. They are constantly searching for information. I'll go specifically in Zoom operating system, 100%. They're constantly searching too there. But let's just stick with Zoom here. They are constantly in Zoom figuring out. They do not have the instant gratification of the screen reader knowing 100% that, oh, Lois just joined the room. They're not told that.
I actually did. That part I did.
Did
know,
you?
I did know that she joined. But for example, with the people speaking in dynamic island view, this view, that, the different views, if there was let's say, way to focus there quickly, that it right next to view is a drop down that you could change to gallery, speaker view, multi-speaker, et cetera, dynamic. But it's not always relevant to me to go there and like try to, I just need to know what I'm pushing out, as we call it, as program feed, right? In the broadcast world, as program feed. So basically, once I'm done doing what I'm doing on my end, what is the end goal, or what's the end product out that the audience gets to see? So when I mentioned the screen reader piece before, think about it as a DJ, even. A DJ is mixing, but he hears pre and post, right? It's still in his headphones or her headphones. They're not pushing that product out to the audience till they're ready to mix in, and they've done a little scratchy bit, and now they've hit the button, and now it's getting fed to the audience, right? That post work or whatever you've done with the little mixing there. So think about it the same structure for a screen reader. We're having to interrogate, yes, but if I could know that I'm sending XYZ to program, then it makes it much more automated or easier not to then pay attention. So if I had a new participant join in, what would be quick keystrokes that I could quickly go to, I don't know, hit Grov and it admits them in, right? Like quick keystrokes like that, that I could still be part of the meeting, be a co-host and a host, rather than, yeah, John, one moment, John, let me just let Mike in real quick. All right, 1 second, John. I don't want to be that guy. I don't want people to see that I'm doing other work, even though it's in my ears, because the sighted counterpart doesn't want to have that, right?
Right. So here's a question, and I think this is what John and I need to understand from the visually, because again, we see everything visually. So we've got to, basically we're trying to do this as close our eyes type of scenario, where it's like, okay, what would we actually see? Pun intended. Again, it'd be more here in this regards. Do we get, if let's put it this way, if you had no screen reader on in Zoom, what would Zoom actually say to you? Let me start with that. How's that? Would Zoom say anything to you?
Nothing at all.
Nothing. Okay. So, John, that in itself is problem number one to my sake.
And it's me guessing. Hey, all day, am I unmuted? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you right now.
No,
I know you
right
didn't
now,
do
of
that.
course you can. I'm not pressing any keys.
But that was it. That was an
Is this-
example.
Is this an example? Hey, is my video on? But I
Right,
know
so
Alt V for Victor or video is my keystroke. So
Right.
for people that don't know their keystrokes when they're brand new to Zoom, what are they going? So it becomes a learning piece. First, learn your keystrokes for every application. Gmail, same thing. There's keystrokes with letter C. I could go compose an email. Letter F, I could go forward an email. So R, reply. A, reply all. So there's keystrokes for a lot of different elements to make it easier. It's just, what is the quickest, fastest way to not make your brain work so hard to get to that element?
Right. Because again, I see you, and it's not negative towards you, Rashid, but I've seen you waste a lot of time just tabbing through,
Back and forth, because I'm
especially.
just trying to, but that's why also my screen reader is, I don't know how fast it is, but it's super fast.
Yeah.
Because of that very same need is the fact that having it at a fast pace, my brain is already working at a faster pace. So when I'm coming back to reality, which is this meeting, everyone's talking at a normal human being pace. No one's over talking that fast in here. And if you are, I talk pretty quick myself. But slowing down that rhythm of catching information, again, having a fast screen reader is not a bad thing. It's a good thing because I get more information faster, quicker. Is just have to ignore 85 or 80% of that stuff is ignored. I only need 20% of that information, or let's say, even if it's 75% of ignored, I only need that 25%. That's going to be pertinent to me. By hitting Alt A, it says you're unmuted or you're muted. Whereas for one, if I hit Alt N, if I'm using OBS virtual camera, for example, I hit Alt N now. I just heard a ding from Windows. I have switched cameras to OBS virtual camera, but OBS is not running. So you're probably seeing OBS's screen or just a black screen. Now, if I hit it again.
Yeah, we see the OBS no video screen.
No video. And now I hit it again. I heard ding again, the Windows part tones and sounds. Not that anybody can't change those tones and sounds to give me element. Zoom has now introduced, when hitting Alt A, I hear a tone. And I also hear the screen reader unmute. So it's telling me the state by the screen reader. But if I were to mute the screen reader, I still hear a tone from Zoom to let me know that it's in the on or off tone position. So
now is that pulling it from Zoom,
on Zoom,
or is that pulling it from the operating system?
That's for everybody. It's an
that's
option,
on everybody,
and
and that's on Zoom.
everybody
and
can set.
It's
It's
a
a
tick box
setting in
under
Zoom.
audio. In your main settings, go under audio, and tick unmute and mute. Tick it to where you hear a audible tone. So again, ear cons are important in certain occasions, especially programmability wise, so that if a person does not want to use screen readers, they want to use their Braille device because they're reading underneath their fingertips of all the information. but they had the EarCon to let them at least know their state. Now they are using hybrid system. They're getting information by text. So if someone chatted in the chat, you're getting text that way, but your attention is spent on the audience. You're not paying attention to if you're in unmuted state or unmuted state. Hence why I have a hard mute switch, a Proco mute switch on the ground. That way I could just talk and then I could just come back like that and nothing ever happened. I don't have to worry about Alt A in case if my Zoom client or Windows machine is acting funky. Alt A didn't mute me. Now I'm cursing up
or
a
you didn't
storm.
get to it quick enough.
Or you're cursing up a storm and my Zoom bleep, 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 bleep. You could catch yourself.
Right. No, on top of that too, it's also, you would have to, if you didn't do Alt A, you would have to tab over to it. Right. Or
no,
arrow key over to it.
You would have to first globally focus to it. That's the key. That's the key mechanism that I use for my workflow with Zoom on Windows. Always think focus. Where is my mouse going? We talked about the mouse pointer earlier story. Think about a number pad real quick with me. If you're on number 6, how many swipes does it take to reach to number 6? That's a cell phone. Swipe once, you're at number 2. Swipe once, number 3. Swipe once, 4. Swipe once, 5. Swipe again. Now you're on 6. It is a focus item. Could I not move my finger to the bottom middle of the screen and just tap on it? Sure. That will make sure I'm either hitting 3, 6, or 9 because I'm on the right side of the screen.
Right.
But that makes it faster, right? 3, 6, or 9 are only elements. Now, if I go to the middle of the screen, I'm more than likely going to hit the 6. So as a visual, how can someone hit it on a phone screen that's a touch screen, like a cell phone? It's using the same principle. Screen readers on a phone are the same as using on a keyboard on a computer. Think focus. I want to focus on Zoom because if I'm on Word or I'm on my email, hitting Alt A in an email is not going to be the same keystroke because that's Google Chrome or Safari if you're using another Mac. So having your focus back into Zoom. So for me, again, holding down Alt, holding down Control, and then holding down Shift. I'm guaranteed it didn't say anything to me, but I'm guaranteed that if I hit Tab, I heard audio settings. Insert F1 help. That's a bug. Stop my video. I heard stop my video. That means my video is started. So if I hit, now my video is stopped.
Right.
I hit Tab. I heard video settings, but I had to hit Alt Tab to go back to start my video. Alt V is a keystroke it read to me, but I hit spacebar now on that button because there was a button. So if we want to think radio buttons, elements for programmers and developers alike, think of it that way. Think about a piece of paper that you write for term papers. Your title is your main project title. Your paragraphs is the way you navigate through a bunch of text. Your lists could be a list of people, like in our panel view list. A sublist could be more options, that you're seeing options that kind of are a drop-down menu. So if you think about a term paper simplistically, they're the same language key points that get traversed into converting the same language for a screen reader user or for anybody else to have that element in front of people. Like on a website, you don't have everything showing as HTML text. Some of that text is hidden. But if you typed in something wrong, a couple keystrokes, a couple semicolon versus a colon or something, you're going to see this whole string of HTML text that you didn't mean to the audience to see. So that, again, think about program I said earlier. The program does not need to see that blemish. The program needs to see the website, the whatever you want the program, the people's eyes to see. The person that's running their screen reader, you want that element to be affected to their ears to have them make sure that, let's say Lois has come in or somebody has left the meeting. Like Lois hasn't left the meeting yet. So I know that everybody that has joined the meeting have stayed for the meeting. So thank you for the Zoom Test Kitchen in chat and YouTube. I'm taking Mike Latta's job right now. If you have any questions or stuff, Mike will answer them because he'll see the chat. I can't see it right now.
Very cute. But yeah, no, in that regards, no, Lois is actually has left the meeting. But
okay.
but as far as, but you see, again, you didn't know that So
I would
you're
have to
being
go to the
honest.
panel view list and go scroll up and down the lists, go figure out who's here, who's not. Like I heard
Right.
when Dr.
So what?
Husmuck left, I heard
Right.
that.
So John, what I'm actually hearing then as an app is that if he had one place to go, that he could click a button for him to get the latest information of what's going on in the meeting at that particular point, that might be useful for him. So current list of participants. Who's host? You know, participant, are they host or not? Participant, are they host or co-host? Participant,
Which again,
participant,
I would go
participant.
down by my list, but making it much faster. Again, faster is efficiency word here in use. Is if I had to give you a co-host and you're part of participant, well, what's the fastest way to travel there? Well, if I open a participant, I would hit Alt U in the list in a search box. I would start typing in mic. There might be 10 mics in the meeting. God knows.
Right.
But it's 10 only up and down arrows I have to do rather than a 500 participant meeting, which some of y'all gangsters out here in Zoom Test Land and others are hosting meetings like that, which is amazing. But again, I could host meetings just as efficiently. Matter of fact, there's meetings that people are hosting that sometimes will have 1,000 participants during conferences that are actually people that are blind that are hosting those and running those meetings. But again, tools and repetition tools and lifting weights, as they say, is what makes it easier and easier and easier. If I'm not dealing with, let's say, sharing apps and stuff, then I'm not going to pay attention to the App Store, which hence I have not paid attention to the Zoom App Store, even though I know I could get music to play from the Zoom App Store. I tried a video, matter of fact, and maybe we could try this out a little later, but I have a video, and Zoom did not like it came from the Meta glasses and his MP4 file, got sent to me by my co-host, Dave Hillebrand, and it did not want to play his recording of his time in a Waymo car. So, Zoom,
Right.
I'm learning from. How can I bring in video? I mean, I would love to maybe even play it here or maybe later in the living room, but how can I bring in video that you can make sure that you're seeing the video? Because I don't know if the video is tearing. I don't know if the video... Every time I turn on the video quality feature in Zoom Share, I hear negative on my video share or on my share screen. So how do I fix that as a blind guy?
So Hershey, here's my official verdict. I've seen John's serious face many a times through the weeks. I don't know what to think of John's serious face right now. And that's not a bad thing to John, and that's not a bad thing to you, but the boy is pondering.
The squirrels are running faster. Hamster go,
Oh,
hamster
yeah.
go.
Johnny, talk to me. Are you good?
I don't know.
Okay.
Kaboom. You know, emojis. They have emojis these days. They have a mind
I
blown
don't know.
kaboom emoji. I think
No, I just don't know what
John's emotion right now.
I know I can do. I know I can create an app and it can sit in a box and it can display stuff. I just don't know what it can display in that box.
Could
that's
it
going to make
live
life easier.
outskirts? Let's imagine outskirts meaning Alt Tab. So if I hit Alt Tab just now, I hear Gmail Workplace. So I hear Zoom Workplace, for example, right? So Zoom Workplace is technically, I could Alt Tab too. So imagine I turn on my computer, I go to join, and I join this meeting because I had it from last week. Put in my first name, last name, hit join. Now there's 3 screens that open up. Zoom, meeting, Zoom, Workplace, and Lord Zoom's app. Magical app, let's call it. So if I could have it as alt-tabbing, then I wouldn't mind going to either load it up as turn on Lord Zoom's magical app for the blind. Then even though I'm in the meeting, I don't have to worry about the meeting piece. I could hit, again, the same keystroke. I'm going to keep repeating myself. Alt, Control, Shift. I could hit Alt-A, make sure I'm in full screen mode. And it says something about blah, 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 you're in full screen mode. It gives me that keystroke. Now, if I hit Alt-Tab, and now I'm in the the magical Zoom Majig app, I could now make sure I live in there and not have to come back to Zoom. I could end the meeting from the Lord Zoom app. I could invite or do whatever and not come out of that screen anymore.
That's the thing I'm thinking.
Johnny, I'm
of.
almost thinking that he almost needs his own custom client for visually
Oh,
impaired.
snap, crackle.
Well, you could go down that route as well.
OSC was a thing just like that a lot of people working with OSC for Mac. Zoom OSC and ISO is now part of the Zoom webinar and Zoom events. So do note that if you want Zoom OSC and you used it in the past, it is now part of the Zoom webinar package. And
Webinar plus
package. Plus,
right.
Excuse me. I was going to say plus, but I thought that was a different package.
No.
It's
Everybody's
a different
still
package, and plain webinars you do not get those products.
Copy.
Webinar plus and events you do get those products.
What you may be familiar with in the past for some of you ladies and gentlemen is a liminal tool. So those have all transcended into this one big package called Zoom Webinar Plus.
Yeah, they're all available under that. Under that, either Zoom Webinar Plus or Zoom Events. If you have a license for that, then you have a license to use those tools. And what people might not know is you can use those tools. You can take those tools with you to somebody else's meeting, and you own them. You can use them in somebody else's meeting. Well, somebody else's webinar, because they don't really have much effect in the meeting.
They could cross-platform on Zoom webinars, but not Zoom meetings. Is that what I heard correctly?
Some of the tools are not going to work. So OSC is going to work in anything, but Graphics Toolkit doesn't seems to want to work in webinars really.
Currently.
And Zoom ZPS is also part of that. Is that right or wrong?
Zoom Production Studio. Is that what you're talking about?
ZPS.
Yes, you have to be at least Webinar Plus.
Not Business Plus.
No.
What
You
does
have to be in
Business
Webinar
Plus offer us? It offers you calling, essentially.
Telephones, the scheduler. Those are the two main things.
If we haven't confused
300 seats instead of 100 seats.
300 seats is where it comes on Business already.
Yeah.
Plus gives you all of that plus the telephone, as you said. Yes. Is that it? I guess the telephone's only.
Yeah, and again, you got to be careful. Just saying plus is not allowed anymore. So you have to, because everything's a plus now. Because you have a webinar or webinar plus, and you have a business or you have business plus.
Oh, right.
So you got to be careful with that. So you can't just say with plus you get this. John and I look
business
at each other
plus,
going,
and then webinars plus. Let's just call it what they are, and we'll keep repeating the right terms because again, we're all learning the new terms. Together.
Yes. Again, John and I are still working on the thesaurus, the Zoom thesaurus of why a hub is this and a hub is that. Yeah.
And
keep making
chopped it up.
Well, they keep changing they change the words and I have to start printing again, don't
good. I know. How many drafts have you gone through? At least a couple dozen.
If you have a regular Pro account and you would like to spotlight, we used the word spotlight earlier. Spotlight is a little different looking. You would think of a person to your left, top left, a person to your top right, and imagine if you have a third person, they would be in the middle. So right now I have been spotlit, so maybe someone else might be spotlit, I'm not sure, but maybe I'm hearing I've been spotlit again. Thank you, Zoom,
not
for
you.
letting me know.
See, if the screen reader told you that, you did hear it twice. Okay.
If I heard it twice, you were maybe somebody else. It did not tell me somebody else, so that translation to the screen reader is incorrect or inaccurate. It's not.
So there you go, John. So that's number one. Because what I ended up doing, Hershey, for your sake, and everybody on YouTube saw it, was I spotlight you first, then I spotlight John.
And I heard it twice. Could you spotlight someone else possibly, or even a clock?
Yeah, here I come.
Meter. Okay. And
no, I'm spotlight. So all three of us are here now.
Okay, so I did not hear any of that. Can we unload you and unload John? Leave me full spotlight, and then we'll spotlight John again.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3. I'm gone.
Okay, nothing said.
1, 2, 3. John's gone.
Nothing said.
1, 2, 3, you're gone.
Nothing said. And now we'll give back. How about yourself and John only?
Okay. Yeah. I will spotlight me first,
Nothing said.
and then I will spotlight John.
Nothing said. Now, if you wouldn't mind adding me,
Adding you.
I'm spotlight for everybody. If we could take off one of you to just see
Yeah.
if any, just to see what differences.
Yeah. I'm going to disappear now. It's just you and John.
Okay, so nothing is said, and remove John if you wouldn't mind, please, and then add John again just to see if I
Yeah.
hear it again.
Yeah. Removing John. Now.
Copy.
Adding John. Now.
The host has spotlighted your video for everyone. So I hear twice, and that's all I hear. But it's your video for everyone, not John's video for everyone.
Right.
So the way I could give you an example, ladies and gentlemen, is Mike, you heard him clicking there. He could quickly click on the participant list, right click on us or what have you, find the
Yeah.
information. For
Yeah,
me,
I
then
actually did the three.
focus-
I did the 3 dots at the top right of each video window because it's just easier for me. But yes, I could have went into the participant list. But yeah, I wouldn't expect you to see the actual. Are you able to get to that 3 dot in the top of the window of your own video?
Which window are we talking about?
So each person has their own. If I hover my mouse over top of it, I can, as host.
So
I
you're
can
talking about gallery view,
no, any view.
any view.
Yeah, because
So
I can
I'm
even
not
go
in a
up to
view
myself too.
currently, but I'm going to hit Control Alt Shift. I'm going to let. Okay, if you could talk, please.
Sure. Yeah, I'm here. Keep going. Okay. Mary had a little lamb.
So I hear view options, speaker vendor. So I do not see that.
So you do not see that. That
Now, if you're
that
talking,
to a
for
point doesn't
example,
surprise me
if you're
because it
talking
is an
for-
overlay on top of the video.
So if you're talking, for example, though, if you were talking, if
Yes.
you could please.
Yeah. I am talking back to her sheet.
So I hit Control Shift T as in Tango. In my
Yeah.
screen reader JAWS, it told me Mike Latta. So how do I find out who's talking on the screen? I always have to hit that keystroke Control Shift T to figure out who's yapping. As
But is that
speaker view.
but that's JAWS telling you that. That's not Zoom.
I don't believe it's Zoom, but I can't guarantee you that it's not a Zoom thing. I don't know whose keystroke that belongs to. It could be a Windows keystroke or
Oh,
it could
interesting.
be somebody else's. I don't know who. Yeah, I don't know whose keystroke that belongs to.
I will go look and see if that is a I can see the global keystroke, so I can tell you that.
Right. So Control Shift T is in Tango is what announces the participant.
Control Shift
who is
Y. I see
active
that
speaker.
one. Control Shift C. Control
That-
Shift N.
I don't know what that does.
Control Shift T. You said Control Shift T?
is in Tango, correct.
Interesting. That is a global shortcut. We're ready for this. If I enable that in the workplace app, that will actually transfer my my Zoom phone call. It's transfer call.
So again, keystrokes are funny and really, really careful. Focus, my friend. Focus. Remember, focus.
Yeah, no, Control plus Shift plus T. If I enable that global shortcut, and I do have Zoom phone from the workplace app, and I have that in the foreground,
Mhm.
it will transfer my call to somebody else. It'll start the transfer call process of Zoom phone.
And that's where all of these keystrokes and things get you gotta be really careful.
Yeah, I can imagine for you guys. I can really, really imagine that. Again, there's no consistency.
Well,
There's
my
the
old
operating.
job-
So again, on top of that too, let me go down this road. There's the ones that are in the operating system. Obviously, the Control Alt Delete is the perfect one for Windows. So now, obviously, you can't use Control Alt Delete in software because the operating system is going to go Control Alt Delete. That's mine, right? So now you've got operating system ones that are always operating system ones. then the operating system says, okay, you can use anything else but mine. So now software, you can use anything else. As a software developer, they go, okay, so what makes sense? So you have to do Control Shift T in Zoom's case for Zoom phone functionality, that's transfer call. But yet for you in JAWS.
Well, it could depend. It could be JAWS or NVDA, or it could be narrator.
Right.
So,
but again, it's up to those programmers now to teach you visually impaired that
folks how to
if
use
you
it.
if you do this keystroke combination, I will tell you this.
And that's where a lot of these combinations from different vendors or giving us information or giving us less information. For example, I think it's insert spacebar grov. I could make Zoom give me no information because I may not want it to yap in my ear to let me know who's walking in and walking out of the meeting. I don't care. That's distracting because I'm presenting. So I'm the host, but I may hit that keystroke to make it shut up to not announce said input output information.
Right. Full understanding on that. So I'm going to remove John and I'm going to remove yourself from Spotlight.
Sorry,
so we're all no, that's fine. That's
And if
fine.
anybody
No,
has
again,
any
I just wanted
questions
everybody
and,
so they, I was talking there and I forgot that I left everybody in Spotlight. So everybody was staring at YouTube, but yet I was
put your
talking.
hands
So
up in the air.
yeah, hands up, baby. Okay, yeah, got it. So the scenario of and John, I'm loving your facial expressions. They're absolutely impressive to me because I love that he's digging into it, and I know that John likes a challenge, and I feel that this is a challenge.
I'm just glad that he's actually working it out through the Mac side of things. And there's always the element of, well, Mac is it's not accessible. What you mean? And then you get the same, well, Windows isn't accessible. This isn't working. Can you give us this example, a scenario, please? Because then I like myself can also communicate. I'll communicate right now for the audience that wants to listen. If you own a Meta Glasses thing, Majig, well, Meta has a voice in it. Well, I have friends that would like better voices because again, some people may not want the woman's voice or the guy's voice or whatever you want to call it. And
in John's case, he wanted a robot voice.
And again, John wanted a robot voice in the example of voiceover. So having choice, even in a glasses kind of device like Meta. Well, I asked a person and the person's like, well, I don't follow outside meetings or whatever. I'm like, fine. But my outside meetings like this is what have got me this far. Is I've learned to work with people and they have the same questions or thoughts. And if we share together, we have now 5 people working along the same mission. So again, Zoom has come a long way and JAWS have come a long way. Can this product be better? Sure. Let's maybe market this. Zoom 7.0, we changed the whole UI. We make it kind of thinkable, the way we think or flow with workflows. And maybe people find that some of these tools that are being produced will get used more often. Because like the cloud meetings, for example, I did a 4-hour meeting on Saturday for ham radio stuff. I didn't realize where my meeting was. I looked on the Zoom Majig workplace app. I found docs. I found everything else in the kitchen sink but that meeting. I looked at my email. Hey, here's your meeting. It's ready. It's 4 hours long. What? So what's my workflow? Do I have to now go click on that, click on download? I could download it. Now I could edit it because if I do need to edit it, then that's my workflow. But if I don't know that workflow of where is my file, or for example, if Mike was a host on my meeting, I will not see the live button to go live on YouTube. So since it's my account, my business account, even though I give him host control, he cannot start up the meeting for me because obviously I'd have to log into my YouTube account. I mean, I guess if he needed credentials, he could. But the point is items hiding from you even in the pane, like where in the world did the streaming button go? I was 2 minutes till show, but thanks to like, again, Office Hours Global and other things, I didn't go into panic mode. I've calmed down. Mike and I were on comms communicating to each other. I didn't mind if we weren't on proper comms, but it's about learning. And if you go listen to the Blind and Beyond first episode, you hear all of us yapping away, but it's all about that learning piece. It's learning about if you get copyrighted, which my second video got copyright on there, but I've not copyright struck. I've got copyrighted just to let me know that that song used in a commercial was from somewhere else. Well, how does a blind person know that information? Well, YouTube, make it easier, please. Stop making me jump through 8 different menus to go to the copyright section. So same story as Zoom or YouTube or any application. Stop making those things so hidden where people don't know that workflow, that under this tree are a bunch of bananas. Under this tree are a bunch of apples. Under this tree are a bunch of oranges. You pick what you like.
So sweet. So sweet. Good terminology, Hershey. That was awesome. That was awesome. Okay. And we still got everybody watching on YouTube too. That's awesome too. So you guys have been enjoying the visually impaired slash Hershey. Am I saying that right?
I call vision loss.
Vision
Because
loss. Okay.
am I impaired? I mean, you could give me a couple dops, but depending.
Okay.
But am I really that impaired?
Right. And again, I'm using on the broadcast world, that is the terminology they keep using on.
It isn't. But these words keep thrown around amongst people. So blind is okay to say. I accept blind because I am blind. I'm legally blind.
Right.
Other people, well, I could see 2200. I'm not totally blind. I could see with my glass. But can you drive, sir or ma'am? No. You're blind. You're legally blind. And it's okay to be legally blind because, again, it becomes this thing of stigma. I'm a blind individual here, or low vision individual that's running a YouTube channel called Who Cares A11Y Bar, and then the Blind and Beyond show. Well, it is up to me to bring in the graphics. It's up to me to use Gemini to bring in banners. It's up to me to ask someone like Mike or John, hey, sighted folks, can you help me see if this looks straight? Nope, Hershey, looks crooked. Fix it. If I left it crooked, well, that's your fault. You didn't give enough management skill set, even if you're a manager in real life or a business owner, that you didn't want to fix your signage on your business. So if someone's walking by, they're not going to come to your business because you have a broken sign that's crooked. You should fix it. So
love that. Excellent. All right. And we keep gaining people too. I wonder if it's people from the Blind and Beyond show. It could be. Hi, Dave.
Nope.
Dave, if you're out there.
I should text him, shouldn't I?
Yeah. No, that's awesome. Cool. Well, actually, since we're at the top of the hour, Johnny, anything exciting that you want to mention before we wrap this up? For a wonderful Zoom Test Kitchen show that John blew everybody's mind having that Stream Deck XL Plus. Did I do that right? Is it Plus XL?
Do we have
I think it's a Plus XL. What's that?
Do we have his thumbnail of his look, his preposterous look of like, what did he just say? That look.
Oh,
you told me
no, we actually, the best look we actually have to have is Mr. Paskin when he saw the box as John slowly lifted it up into his hands and to the screen, that David just went, "Oh my God." So yeah, no, that in itself was definitely thumbnail worthy. I gotta see if I can actually find that.
Audio engineers love audio equipment. I mean, I would love a big board like from SSL, all the knobs and buttons, and add buttons to it.
Oh yeah.
I mean, oh
you
man.
Can't again, as I said, when we finished, John is in my show today. I said, you can't have enough buttons. And again, in the audio world, you can't have enough ports.
Potentiometers and ports and Dantes and AESs and all those fancy terms.
Yeah, I was gonna say, don't get me started. Don't get me started. You're gonna make me Maddie. Okay, all right. That's my Maddie joke for the day. There you go. Mr. Drinkwater, talk to me.
Well, you can get a bell ringer Eurodesk for £459. I think
you should bring the screen reader out and see if the screen reader reads it out to you properly to let you know, can you really purchase that for yourself?
Well, the price per knob is so much cheaper than an SSL. You get so many more knobs to play with. for so much less money.
I like the PreSonus, and then I did go into a rabbit hole the other day. RME actually is fully accessible too with the Babyface.
RME, nothing wrong with RME.
Yeah, $9.99.
It just hurts my pocketbook as soon as you started the R and you said dear M. That's it. Then you finished it with an E and you went stop, and I was like, what? And then my pocketbook just went.
What is
Oh
it,
my goodness
24
gracious!
ports, Babyface FS FC I think it's
Oh,
called.
come on, you could get an old tan scam.
Well,
24
but
by
you
8
see,
by 2 for just $350.
Blind guy.
Nothing wrong with the Tascam. I'm
Well,
throwing
Tascams
that
are
out there.
nice. Yeah,
No,
Tascams
nothing
are
wrong with the
As a
Tascam.
blind guy, you've got more knobs to play around with than you'll ever need in your entire life.
What
You
does
won't be able
this
to think of
do?
enough uses for that knobs.
There you
Ladies
go.
and gentlemen, I first started with the Yamaha MG10XU. So if potentiometers are scary
I've got one of
things,
those.
yeah,
I've got one of those.
they're clever little boxes.
Yeah.
They're sleek. 4 microphone inputs. You could put outputs. I think about 2 styles of outputs.
Yeah,
XLR,
the thing that has the high, those have the high Z in it. No.
high Z. Yeah.
Yeah,
The
good.
MG10XU. XU stands for XLR, and then USB for the U.
U is the USB
And
port.
12
coming up.
is 2 extra inputs or outputs. I forget.
Yeah,
There's a
I
MG10
think you
12X.
increase by XLR. I think you increase by 2.
Mhm.
From 4 to
Which
6.
for
I believe.
myself, if I ever get another interface, would be in the SSL or UA Apollo Solo for the Cedar plugin. That way, I don't have to treat my room, and I could use any microphone and have fun.
Yeah, but the RE20, you already
Well,
told
I
me you're
know,
running it
everybody-
flat. So
everybody's well. I'm on roll off right now. This is flat.
Oh, no, that's
Flat's right
fine.
here, but
That's
boomy and people.
No,
yeah.
that's fine. If you're only doing, remember we had that conversation and I told you not to talk to me ever again. I remember that.
Like I said, I'm just pleasured by the people that I meet in the communities that I've been across from 2022 to till now. Sometimes even in the ham radio community, I feel shy to share my call sign because again, I'm a curmudgeon of my own dislikes and likes, but I don't always want to. I'm a private person, but again, we learn from the different places and things and trying different tools. So far, this RE20 that has been sent to me and all of that sounds the best on me. The Shure MV7 Plus, again, not a bad microphone at all. Sounds wonderful on other people, maybe not me, but I still like using it once in a while. And SSL, you don't need software. You just turn up and down the potentiometers, pots, aka, and it works. So
That's it.
And SSL 12, I thought about it. It's 62 versus 64 dB gain, but both are pushing out 32-bit float, and 12 just gives you 2 extra. So we'll see. Maybe SSL 12 comes out with an MK2 for SSL 12.
Right. But again, see, and this is the important thing to know too
Until
about
mine
the
breaks,
32.
Mike. Until mine breaks.
Until yours breaks. That's right. Yes. So that's right. We're not breaking it anytime soon, Harshit. That's right. Especially not between now and Monday. So that,
well,
as he's laughing at me.
we talked about that because I laugh at that. I updated to 6. I was on 6.7 last Friday in the Zoom Test Kitchen.
Right.
I bit the bullet and buttons and stream decks, and I went to it. So now I just have to put up with insert F1 after every button, but if you don't hit buttons, you're not going to hear it. So not a big deal.
Wow. Okay.
And then today when I was changing my name in here, I was going to put at, I don't know if at signs are not allowed by changing your name, but I was going to put at WCABAR and at Blind and Beyond. Before I could do it, I was only seeing my name.
Interesting.
So something between, I don't know if my screen reader being on, I wasn't able. I'll go do it right now. Matter of fact, I'm gonna hit.
Yeah. So
famous keys.
So
Alt
So
U.
find my video screen now and see what it tells you because I added an at in front of my name.
Let's see. Alt U.
And everybody can see that on.
At host.
Yeah. So I added purposely the dash host in there as well. So you at Mike Latta dash host. And of course, it was just my name before.
I'm at the top of the list. More option. Okay, so I go to more options. Tell you what, I'm gonna share this with the audience. I think it might as well.
Yeah, go ahead. All right.
Okay, I just had to plug in the RCA or my headphone jack into the thing.
Speaker/headphones left paren, alt left paren, right paren, audio right paren.
Okay, so you are
Yeah.
hearing that, and I
Yeah,
hope I'm
we
not
are
blowing
hearing
your
the
noise.
Yeah, we're hearing the speaker read. Yeah, this
Okay,
there
so-
we're hearing
Alt
Jaws.
plus A button. Audio settings button menu. Stop my video. Alt plus B button.
My video started. What
More
was it?
options for harsh mute button. Harsh Trivedi profile button. Harsh Trivedi.
I was showing you something. I had a MS blip. What was that again? I was going to show you something specifically we were just talking about.
You were going to share, as far as I know.
I was going to do a name change.
Alt 2. Leaving
That's
menus.
what I was
More
doing.
options for harsh.
Name change.
Right.
Okay, so Alt U I hit. Okay, oops. I already had it open.
Alt 2. Participants left paren, for right paren. Press tab for more options and to return to the main meeting controls. Zoom meeting.
Okay, I didn't hear. Right, I heard something because I'm hitting down arrow.
John Drinkwater at LordZoomEvents.com. Left paren code -host right paren.
Look at
Computer
that.
audio muted. Video on.
If you haven't checked it out, go check out that website. I'll show
John
you
Drinkwater
again.
at LordZoomEvents.com. Left paren code -host right paren. Computer audio muted. Video on.
You got it? Or is that too fast for you? Let's slow it down for you.
Slower. John Drinkwater at LordZoomEvents.com. Left paren code -host right paren. Computer.
Now imagine that voice talking to you slows molasses.
All day long.
That's too slow. So
Right.
therefore,
Faster. Faster.
I will
At
go.
Mike Ladda, Harsh Trivedi. Left at Mike Ladda -host. Left paren host right paren. Harsh Trivedi. Left.
Okay, so
Harsh
that's
Trivedi. Mute button.
me.
Insert tab. More options for Harsh
More
Trivedi.
options.
Mute
The
button.
only thing I
Insert
have
tab.
here is mute.
More options
So I
for
have
Harsh
to go to
Trivedi.
more
Enter.
option. Maybe
Context
that's your
menu.
3-dot button
Yeah,
thing.
Okay, so you are seeing that it's giving you that mute or the three dot.
So I
Three
have
different-
rename,
Add profile picture.
add profile picture, rename,
Pin.
pin.
Add profile picture. Rename.
So let's go to
Enter.
rename. Now there's a rename screen that should be open.
Yeah.
Button.
That
Enter
that
a
was
name
the
below,
list I was talking about, Hershey.
And I'm going to go ahead and now try,
H,
as I
A,
tried
R, F, A, R,
earlier.
T, R,
Maybe I
T,
was screwing
R,
up
E, D, R,
something.
Vertical bar. Space. W C A B A R double
And
B L I N D A N D B E Y O N D S A O W. Blind and beyond show. Enter.
okay, I'm just going to hit enter thinking that I put it in. Did my name change? No, it did not. Because if I
Alt
go
U.
back into the list, again, I hit Alt U,
Alt U.
so annoying, but I can't always figure out if I'm in the list or not. So I Alt U
Alt U.
again. Okay, I'm going to hit Alt, Control, Shift to make sure I'm in the screen and focused on Zoom.
Alt U.
Now hit Alt U again. I hear
Yes, that was me telling.
Leaving
I
menus. Stop my
spotlit
video.
you.
Alt plus. Context
I
menu.
hear stop
Remove. Add
video.
profile picture. Remove spotlight.
Okay, I have a
Add profile pic.
spotlight.
Rename. Remove spotlight. Rename.
Rename.
Add profile picture. Escape.
Okay, I'm still
Alt
lost.
U.
So,
Collapsed. Participants left and for right.
Yeah.
Escape.
and I don't know if my
Rashid-
name has changed. So again, using
Yeah,
a screen
right
reader
now.
gets fatiguing.
Yeah, and right now too, you actually you turned off your video.
Thank you.
Alt
See?
V.
And I did that too.
Leaving
So
menus.
now my video
Video now
started
started.
because I just
Now you-
started hitting Alt V and it says your video started.
Yeah.
But my focus jumped from the participant list somewhere. I don't know where in the world in Carmen San Diego my name's changed to. But yeah,
It did not change.
it didn't change anything
Zoom test
because
kitchen's personal meeting room button.
it-
Meeting security button. YouTube. My notes is off button. AI companion is off button.
And then
my notes is off button.
this gets
Insert F1
annoying
help.
too.
Original sound. My notes is off button. Insert
okay,
F1 help.
can we just remove that? I don't need to know my notes is off. Too much extra stuff. Can we just get rid of that?
AI companion is off
AI
button. Insert F1
I
help.
don't use AI companion right now, so can I just like hide that?
View
Thank you.
options button menu.
I know I
Insert F1
can,
help.
but just all this little just to come
Meeting-
to.
Close new chat button. Chat messages.
Wait,
Stop my video. Video setting. Participants. More options for participants button
Okay,
menu.
more
Insert F1 help. Chat. Close panel. More options for react.
wait.
More options.
I needed
Chat.
to go to
Close panel. More options
participants,
for
didn't I?
participants button. Context menu. Invite dot. Alt plus copy invite link. Remove from toolbar. Invite dot.
Well,
copy
this
invite
weird
link, remove
woman
from
who's
toolbar. Copy
waffling
invite
on
link.
about this button, that button,
Chat.
whatever
Close panel.
button.
Alt.
This
Yeah.
does link back all the way to the beginning of this whole show.
Stream Decks is
When
what
the
you should
question
buy.
was asked, can Zoom is not good enough. Can we have a better Zoom? And we talked about, Mike, didn't we? We talked about writing apps and
Mhm.
writing your own
Well, you and
version of
Steve
Zoom
and
to make it more accessible and to get rid of the stuff that people don't want and to customize it to get the bits that they do.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
As I've been working with Rashid, it's getting to the point where it's actually getting worse for the blind. I'll use that terminology per
More
Rashid.
options for chat button menu.
For the blind to actually
Chat.
use
Close
the
panel.
app
Alt.
because
More
of
options.
the
For
Well,
fact
it's
of
getting
how
worse
long
for
Plus
everybody
control, plus shift plus arrow keys.
because as it gets more clever and more sophisticated and more
convoluted.
options, you get more menu options, and then
Yeah.
you get the great 6, 7, where they come along and try to reorganize the whole interface to make it useful. Again, to make it useful for single people and all the way up to corporates and everybody in between.
Let me see if I can find the insert F1
Video settings
bug.
button menu. Stop my video. Mute. Currently on video content harsh trivedi left paren me right paren.
Okay, so
audio
that
unmute.
lets me
Video
know
on.
that I'm
Active
talking
speaker.
if I went to the active speaker thing. So at least if I went there, I could know who's talking from there too.
Mute. Currently unmuted. Alt plus A button.
Okay, now it doesn't want to show me
Audio
insert
settings button
F1.
menu. Stop my video. Alt plus V button.
Okay, so now it wants to behave, but after every time I went through these elements, it would say insert F1. Every single time I went through
Audio settings button menu.
audio settings
Mute. Currently unmuted. Alt plus A button.
or that. So I'm gonna bring back
Space.
the audio back to
VC.
my
Sound.
ears, and that's what I hear in my ears.
Yeah, that was very interesting. And on top of that too, because we actually have closed captioning on it, every time her voice actually made the comments, it was actually, I was keeping up with reading the closed captioning of what she was saying because it was too
What
fast
in
for
the
me
world
to
is he
catch everything.
saying? Sorry, yes.
Yeah, so that was kind of cool. But yeah, very interesting. But yeah, John, so gets back to the perfect example where we're talking with I'm trying to remember his name
apologize, Zoom.
that
Yeah, I
joined
moved it
us
to
earlier. It was
Stephen.
Steven, yeah. When Steven made the comment to us about, and we were making the comment back to him about the fact that you were saying we could start fully empty, a
Yep.
fully empty Zoom client and go all the way or go all the way full like we are now, and then start backing it up. It almost getting to the point now where, and even for the blind, that they almost need a Zoom client app, a Zoom phone app, a Zoom. So each tab for them, because them scrolling through all the different menus and submenus, they almost need individualized mini workplace apps.
If it came out like a workplace app, it just makes getting to each window quicker. So it's like having a new window and on a Windows machine per se. Again, I apologize. I still haven't had my hands on a Mac yet, so can't speak to that. But having multiple windows, right? So you alt tab from your email to, let's say, sports or something, to another article that you pulled up. So having control quickly to alt tab between those is much faster through the keyboard. As a mouse user, you might use scrolling to scroll through, let's say 4 or 5 stories, and then you could stop the scroll wheel. Hey, I want this story and let go. Hence, a Stream Deck is that kind of encoder, where you could spin the knob amongst pages and pages of Zoom buttons or Stream Deck buttons, and you could stop at, let's say, page 58, and know that, okay, page 58 says Mimo Live. Well, it announced what it was to you. So you know that all your Mimo Live functions live on page 58, because on page 59 is actually vMix or some other application that you're playing with. So knowing the
Right.
differences.
Right. But again, too, what is going to be more important for the blind, for you guys to be more efficient, because that's what it's coming down to right now. The Zoom Workplace app right now is becoming inefficient for you guys because of the amount of time taken to get to the right portion in the actual software itself. Is that time consuming? Because we just heard an example of Hershey doing something similar, or something we would take for granted is very easy, which is him coming into a meeting, but he wanted to rename himself to his full name, but yet he came in as his company name, as an example. That's not difficult for us having full vision as compared to the blind. You saw what it took to even for him to try to do that, and he didn't even
Still
get to do it.
unsuccessful. Right. I mean, I'm sure I could still play with it, but it becomes fatiguing, and hence sometimes you just want to just walk away from your computer and just say whatever. Well, Hershey,
Well, on
you
top
know
of that
what?
too,
Get a Mac. You could fix your whole problem. No, because I'm still having to introduce myself up to now learn voiceover. It's not saying that voiceover can't help with these processes. But I have to learn that other process of how now VoiceOver takes that pieces of information and does with it, how it does with it, compared to a JAWS, compared to my phone that's using TalkBack, compared to an iPhone that's using VoiceOver.
Right. And on top of that, too, now you're switching operating systems. And if you've been a Windows person for
Right.
years, you're now going to a Mac. So
Here's an
now you've got to learn the
example.
Mac operating system. And then you've got all your software that you want. Again, it's very similar to how people are going, I don't want Windows anymore. I want to go to Linux.
Here's
Again,
what
the
6.7
world
did
is
again.
talking about that too.
6.7 did this on mobile, actually. I mean, we're going to use it as this is what 6.7 did on mobile, but take it for what it's worth. The mute button, turn on camera, chat, and more are now floating buttons if you come in on a Zoom meeting on a phone. Now your memorability for that screen reader user, knowing that, hey, the bottom of your phone, like if you go to your phone app, there's 5 buttons on your phone app on an iPhone. Your far right is your voicemail, your far left is your favorites. In between is your keypad, your favorites, contacts, so on and so forth. But there's 5 buttons at the bottom. So when I'm teaching somebody an iPhone, I could tell them, hey, there's 5 elements at the bottom. Those elements' name have no matter what they are. Because I could be in messages, I could be in another app. And if you create that app that has those 5 buttons, like settings is all the way to the right, and home is all the way to the left, and then those other things in the middle are pertinent information such as Uber or Lyft or any of these other these apps that we use on a daily. It's how people use it in making it easy to use it. So on Zoom, when they moved it to the floating buttons where mute and unmute, I have a lot of my constituents that are having difficulties to do that. I know how to switch my name by going to Alt-U and then go to more and rename and type it in and hit OK. The thing is, there's a piece broken, but how about doing that on a phone? Well, now I have to click on more. Or do I have to click on chat? The answer is you have to first click on chat. Find yourself in the participant list, perhaps. Or find yourself somewhere. So now you could go to more options somewhere there. And then, okay, you changed yourself. So again, are you sure that you changed yourself? Having those pieces of feedback, even if it's coming from the mobile side, because some people in our meetings, we've told them, you know what, we'll not make the passcode any different for this series of meetings. And they will program their phone number and that passcode into their phone. You could literally do that for your elders and for your seniors, for that matter. And they could now be in a meeting for House of Worship. They could now be participatories in a meeting that once upon a time they weren't able to because we made Zoom such a huge thing. Like, oh, you got to click on. You take away the friction, as they say. So it's not saying that they haven't made heaps and leaps to make this possible. It's the convolutedness now. We've put too many features and ideas all at once in the kitchen sink. I didn't realize I could click on settings and get to my Zoom settings that quickly from Zoom Workplace. I learned about that in Zoom Test Kitchen because I'm always going to audio settings, going down one element of audio equipment, whatever is hooked up to my computer, then going up, hearing audio settings, then hitting enter because that's actually a button. It doesn't tell me it's a button, but I know it's a button. Now I could go change my video settings, general settings, go to statistics because we were always, hey, what's your statistics? What are you 1080p? I want to be that blind guy that can have that confidence to say, yes, sir, ma'am, miss, sir, whatever, is I'm pushing out 1080p at maybe 60p with my enhancements if I pay for that. So,
right. Well, that's perfect comments. And I know that I'm very impressed with John Drinkwater, as I've been saying.
His
You've
facial
been thinking
expressions
like
are probably-
crazy. Oh, priceless. You've heard that commercial before? Priceless. That's it. Yeah, no, it's good stuff. It's absolute good stuff. Johnny, anything you wanted to say before we wrap this up?
No, wrap this up would be nice. I haven't been in bed for more than 2 hours in the last 36 hours, so I probably need to go to sleep soon.
Attaboy. Attaboy.
It's 1 a.m. here. and I'm gonna have to start thinking about not turning up to this event because we'll end up with a shopping list of things that people want me to do.
Gotta have that original sound button. Yeah, I know.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
One original sound button did to John Drinkwater.
the Paskin programming hour
Yeah,
will
the
be on
Paskin
next
button.
week.
Yeah, that's right. The Paskin button. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we're gonna call it. Not the panic button. It's called the Paskin button.
Yeah, it means the same thing.
It does be the same thing. That's hilarious. Couldn't wrap it up any better than that, gang. And it's time, you guessed it, it's time for everybody to do. Yes, it is. Karaoke time. On that note, enjoy.
Welcome to the Zoom Test Kitchen where the magic happens live. Every Friday we're on air testing tech to thrive. From screen share to breakout rooms, we push Zoom to its max. So sit back, relax, and let's see what's in our tech hacks. Zooming in, we're testing it all. Live on YouTube each week. From audio to video, no feature we won't tweak. We're the Zoom Test Kitchen crew, here to innovate. Join the fun, learn the tech, don't be late. We'll dive into the settings, explore every single tab. Make sure your mic is clear, your camera not a drab. We'll show you how to host like a pro, manage like a king. With Zoom Test Kitchen, you'll be zooming with a zing. Zooming in, we're testing it all. Live on YouTube each week. From audio to video, no feature we won't tweak. We're the Zoom Test Kitchen crew, here to innovate. Join the fun, learn the tech, don't be late. Whether you're new to Zoom or an expert in disguise, we've got tips and tricks, we'll open up your eyes. From polls to quizzes, we test functionalities. Join us live, see what Zoom does with these. So if your meetings lag or you can't share your screen, or if your audio echoes like you're stuck in between, we've got solutions, we'll show you how it's done. Zoom Test Kitchen, where Zoom fun has begun. Zooming in, we're testing it all. Live on YouTube each week. From audio to video, no feature we won't tweak. We're the Zoom Test Kitchen crew, here to innovate. Join the fun, learn the tech, don't be late. So tune in, don't miss out on this tech fest we lead. Every Friday, Zoom Test Kitchen, where you'll succeed. We'll make your Zoom meeting smooth, keep the tech in check. In the Zoom Test Kitchen, we've got your back. No We're the Zoom Test Kitchen, we've got your back. No
All right. We didn't have that wreck this week, gang. Is that good or bad? We'll find out. Thanks, everyone, for joining us this week on the Zoom Test Kitchen. Don't forget to like and subscribe to our channel to let YouTube know, which, of course, then lets Zoom know how much you love our content. We are here every Friday from 3 p.m. Eastern to 12 p.m. Pacific. And, of course, check your local listings based on your time zone. See everyone next week for another fun, and who knows if David will get that Stream Deck XL Plus by the next week Zoom Test Kitchen. Everybody have a great weekend and a great week, and we will talk to you next Friday. Take care, YouTube.